Everyone.
Hello. Spagangus. How was my day? Pretty good. Had a really good training session.
I have become pretty fascinated with the 2020s. They are very hot right now, as you may have heard. Some people say decadology is dead, but this is one cultural pseudoscience that I'm determined to keep alive. Anyway, as part of this, over the last 6 years, I've been tracking how 2020s culture has evolved. And today I wanted to drop one particular theory that I've developed about this decade, one that I like to call the freak of the year. So basically the way it works is like this. Every year, some new weirdo comes along and gets really popular, or is at least perceived to have become really popular. The freak of the year. This is a person who is basically unlikable and untalented, but is nevertheless able to use their strange flavor of charisma to assemble a decently sized online following. And most normal people regard the freak's fame as something deeply upsetting and revolting, but the media is fascinated by them, and all the reporters scramble to...
Before you start a stream, do you think about me and anticipate me donating that woman's name and how you won't like that?
Yeah, especially workout streams. That's when it can get really bad. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
To book an interview with the freak so they can hold them publicly accountable with lots of mean and incredulous questions. And then the intellectuals come along and churn out all of these articles and video essays and podcast discussions about what the freak means and why they're...
New Frank Short, New Turkey Tom, and Chubby Move It. So enough reacting material.
Let me see.
Learning more about the suspect caught in the security video shooting a gas station employee in Colombia. Shantae Lachey O'Donnell remains in custody in New York State.
But she is expected to face attempted murder and other charges here in Maryland.
Howard County community reporter Dennis Valera is live where the shooting happened last week. And Dennis, there's also a video of the suspect making the...
Shantae Lachey O'Donnell is even admitting to the shooting. Now, ever since this happened, in that video, she brings up the shooting Howard County police say she's responsible for.
I walk in the store, I steal everything. I shot that man because he has a demon spirit and he laughed in my face and thought it was funny. I bet he ain't laughing now.
This is the first video of O'Donnell to make the round.
Yeah, that's great. Turkey Tom. What a fat bitch. Club Penguin Degenerates. Maybe some other time. I don't know if I'll react to that tonight. Frank Tufano. You already saw that one, right?
So I've filed a couple lawsuits this week, and I guess you could say a bit more than a couple. But the most interesting one is probably against Ice Cream for Bears for essentially greenwashing their product. And I've made videos about this before. They are selling a healthy ice cream product. However, nothing on the ingredient list or label is actually legally healthy. It's not USDA organic stamped, and none
That has nothing to do with anything being healthy.
of the ingredients are organic before the ingredient name or grass-fed.
That has nothing to do with the product being healthy. So this is another one of his lawsuits that is probably gonna go nowhere.
For all intents and purposes, milk, skim milk, egg yolk, honey, there's nothing dictating on the front label or the ingredient list the quality and origin of the product. So if you look at any of my products on Frankie's Free Range Meat, it's going to specify grass-fed, organic, the specific source and quality of the ingredient.
Like, this guy is deranged.
I enjoy occasionally sniffing my cat's anus. I can't help it. Must be the pheromones. I put a condom on a cucumber and shoved it up my ass, and I am sure it touched my heart. I won't pay homeless people cause they smell like shit and use drugs. Dodo is gay.
That's probably not good. Thanks for the donation, though, Totally Pablo. KM donate $2.
Oh. I just want to make sure you're okay. You're not plotting anything, are you? Okay, I love you.
Can I pet you? Okay. We're gonna have to sell your feet pictures. Oh. Kitty, kitty. Wow, you're nice, kitty.
Hey, buddy, I can't let you outside.
Is your food bowl empty?
How much more of a circle can you be?
Do it. Do the thing. Oh my god.
Shut up.
Hello. You want to come over for a treat? I thought so.
Do you understand? Good.
Oh. Those are some good cats. Thanks for the donation, KM.
Ingredient. That's why my ice cream that I sell from raw A2A2 local Amish dairy, corn and soy free, organic eggs, organic raw honey, this vanilla that's like thousands of dollars. This pack of vanilla I think was probably over $1,000. It's crazy the quality of ingredients that goes into my ice cream. And for someone like Ice Cream for Bears to come on the market and even try to compare to it is crazy. Like, to their product, which is probably, and until they prove me wrong, feedlot, commercial, agrochemical, slop.
I don't understand the lawsuit. They never claimed their product to be organic. So...
dairy and eggs, for them to try to compare that to what I'm selling...
I don't think they ever compared their product to yours.
...is disgraceful. And my product probably costs 5 to 10 times as much to make. It's not double or triple. It's way more expensive to make than that. And the quality of the raw dairy, the raw eggs, all that stuff indicates that. That's another thing. They're not saying any of their ingredients are raw.
So what's the problem if they're literally telling you what the ingredients are and it's accurate to the label?
It's all pasteurized too. So for Ice Cream for Bears to claim they're selling a health product is nothing short of misleading, and I think they should really make a public statement about this. I mean, they're probably just going to shadow ban and censor me, but the way this can be alleviated is for them to immediately disclose their sources of ingredients by providing invoices, which...
Why would they have to do that?
I mean, the reason I'm doing this, and I mean...
Frank doesn't disclose his sources for ingredients. He just says it's organic.
I want to be compensated as a competitor in the business, and Is this company going to get as big as Vital Farms? And the reason there's so many defendants on this lawsuit is because they're already in Sprouts Farmers Market, Giant Food, Target, Stop and Shop, Big Y. They're in many, many stores on the East Coast. And they're a multi-million dollar, probably dozens of millions of dollar company by now. So are they going to get stopped before they reach private equity, Vital Farms level and cash out? Are they going to have billions of dollars before it's discovered what they're doing? Or are they going to be stopped now, and is this going to be corrected or clarified?
Well, Frank's still a retard. Jeb Bush stole my skateboard, donate $2. How much of a dono to dress like Hitman from the game for your next desktop stream or workout stream? Maybe you could set a goal for X dollars for it.
Morning. What's up, buddy? Hey, Queen.
I don't know. What would be a reasonable price? I'm not sure. I'm looking into more of the Leon cosplay stuff. I found a weapon harness or a tactical harness. That's the exact same one that's in the game. It's just that they're out of stock in black. I don't know if that has anything to do with Resident Evil and everybody buying up the black harnesses they have. But, yeah, I am not able to get the exact piece that's in the game right now. Agent 47 would be pretty easy to cosplay as. It's just like black suit, white shirt, tie. I'll look into it. Thanks for the donation, though. Jeb Bush stole my skateboard.
What's up? How'd you
What's
sleep?
up, sir? Who you talking to?
Hey, Queen.
Talking about some
This guy is insane.
Queen.
You gonna be yourself today?
You know what I'm saying? What? What
You gonna
mean?
be yourself?
Myself?
Like,
Hey,
be
man, you
yourself?
better watch how you talking to me, man, for real.
What's the
What you mean, the
hostility?
hostility? You a man, right?
A trans.
Aaron, you keep calling me a man. You had to bring the man out. Now the man's here.
Did you care about that
You
when
a
you were
man,
trying
right?
to kiss me?
Trying to kiss you? Man,
Literally starts fighting the train.
What the fuck you wanna do?
Keep it in 100, bro.
What you wanna do? Come on. Morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Queen. What's up? How'd you sleep?
Yeah, that dude's insane. He was on some reality TV show, and he just starts fighting with people for absolutely no reason. Total nut job. Thanks for the donation, Jeb Bush.
Rise embodies the law.
I used to love the workout streams. But you always keep donations paused, so it's not fun anymore. You probably noticed you get less money when you work out now.
Yeah, that's great, dude. I don't need to get harassed and distracted by bullshit when I'm training, okay? Thanks for the donation.
Logical culmination of some disturbing trend in our wretched, fallen, decadent society. All right, so here is my list of the 2020s.
So Canada is now gayer than ever, you know? Maybe Christian nut jobs had a point when they said homosexuality should remain a crime.
Well, maybe Canada wouldn't have banned guns if that were the case. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Freaks of the year so far. This year, in 2026, it is obviously Clavicular, who is this handsome 20-year-old everyone hates. He smashes his face with a hammer to get more handsome, and the intellectuals say that this represents something deep and disturbing about the vanity of our time and the pursuit of physical perfection in an age of unrealistic expectations spread by social media, as well as the growing gamification.
He looks like a fucking twink.
Of dating and sex. In 2025, it was
Armor King cosplay would be very hard.
Nicholas Fuentes, a right-wing political commentator who says all of the most horrible, racist, and anti-Semitic things. His rise was supposed to say something about the growing appeal of open hatefulness in the American conservative movement, especially among young Republicans. In 2024, it was Haley Welch, the so-called Hawktua girl. She went viral for this impromptu clip in which she was talking about oral sex, and then proceeded to become this big famous for being famous type person. She had her own podcast and appeared on a whole bunch of other shows and had all these big licensing deals and all of this. She was held up as proof that people can become celebrities for doing any random thing these days, but also that the masses have some sort of unsatiated appetite for a young Southern woman with a certain sort of girl next door charm. In 2023, it was Sneeko, who is another racist.
Balsamoose donated $2. Everything might be gay, but at least we get new manguses every week. Oh. Oh my god, he munches on leaves. Oh, that is a special Pokemon. Oh, look at him grabbing. What is that? Greater Glider. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I never even heard of these guys. Oh my god, they glide. They're like big fuzzy stingrays, but in the air. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, they are so beautiful and special. Oh, wow. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, they're so amazing. Oh my goodness, those are good. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're good. Oh, this might be one of my favorite fuzzy guys now. Oh, that is so good. Wow. That is incredible. That's a good mangus. Oh.
I get a lot of questions from you guys asking what pumpkin is. So pumpkin here is a kinkajou. They are also known as honey bears. Pumpkin is about 9 years old now, and these guys live up to 20 to 25 years. They are a nocturnal species, so he does like to hide in my shirt all the time.
They're good at cuddling.
Another really cool, interesting fact on these guys is they are actually closely related to the raccoon.
Wow.
They also do have a prehensile tail. He's gonna go in my shirt. That's what he wants.
Wow.
Okay, you can go in my shirt, Pumpkin. There you go. You wanna go in? Do you wanna go in all the way? No, this is where he wants to be. They also have a really long tongue. Their tongue is about 5 inches long. And the reason why they are called honey bears is that their tongue is so long that it can get down into beehives and they lick the honey out of it. And King...
That's amazing. Never even heard of these Pokemon. Oh, that's a groundhog.
Bear.
Oh, that's a good groundhog.
You got the Trazodone cheese.
Oh my goodness. Such a chumbish. That's a good chumbish. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Wow. Thanks for the donation, Balls a Moose. Yeah.
Speaking of which, what's your favorite gun?
Favorite gun. That kind of depends. Handgun, if we're talking about, like, tactical shooting or self-defense or whatever, probably Glock 17. Or, Is it the Glock 22? That's the slightly smaller version. Yeah, either a Glock 17 or the 22. Glocks are great. Competition shooting, probably the Luego Alien. I don't know how well these fare for like as a carry pistol or a combat pistol. Like nobody uses those guns for that reason, but for competition shooting or target shooting, these are great. Very unique handgun. I would love one of these. I should have gotten my license a lot earlier and bought one when they're still legal in Canada, but thanks, Justin Trudeau. Fucking cocksucker. As far as rifles, I'm a very simple man. I don't think you can really get much better than the AR-15. I do like the Sig Spear. It's just that these are extraordinarily expensive. They're brand new. They have a set of problems that need to be fixed with like chamber pressures and stuff. And they're not as accurate as the AR-15, unfortunately. I think these shoot like 2.5 to 3 MOA, whereas like even a fairly decent AR-15, like you don't have to spend that much to get a 1 MOA gun or less. So, but I do like them, and I like the heavier firepower. And as far as like belt-fed machine guns, like, you know, Mark 48 is really nice. Thanks for the donation though, Dono.
Remember when I used to donate the most triggering donos during one of your sets? That was amazing. I felt like I didn't care if you got injured as a result of that because it would be your fault for being a retard about hearing two people's names.
Yeah, I remember that too. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Are you going to look at Frank's new short? Here's Maui.
We've already done that, but let me see Maui.
I love and need and require
Oh my god, show orange, like an orange.
a cat. With a helmet on him.
Oh my god.
How do you feel about that?
Wow. That's a very handsome orange boy. Thanks for the donation, even though. Sleepy, don't need to tell her, imagine being this dumb.
This carnivore diet I've been hearing about, all these amazing health results, weight loss, you know, you name it. And so I'm going to be eating just strictly meat, eggs, any seafood. I'm going to, you know, cook with, you know, beef tallow, some lard, you know, bacon grease, all the good stuff. If you know me, I love food. So, you know, it won't be hard in that sense, but cutting out fruits, vegetables, carbs, grains, which I don't really eat a whole lot of anyways.
Yeah, maybe that's why you're fat.
You know, like,
and sick.
You know, give me some grains, you know, but I guess carbs, because I like bread. But anyway, so if you ever done a carnivore diet or know someone, let me know. You got.
Yeah, dumbasses are everywhere. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
VG Destiny is streaming now and you see if he's on Discord. I want you talk to him about Adam Mockler and I forgot what else you were gonna say, but basically something about how he wants Hassan out of Democratic Party but embracing Adam Mockler. Show the link.
Might just be your lucky day. Hello.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
So, you know how you're telling everybody about how Hassan is like cancerous for the Democratic Party and whatnot?
Yeah?
So I was wondering why you were buddies with Adam Mockler, who's literally Hassan.
I don't think Adam Mockler is even remotely close to Hassan.
I can think of at least one similarity.
What's the one similarity?
Well, he's telling everybody to never support any Democratic candidate that in any way supports Israel.
In any way?
Yeah, so anybody who will accept AIPAC money, anyone who will sell arms to them, support their quote-unquote genocide, whatnot.
Okay, well, if he's saying that, I would disagree with that perspective.
Oh, that's it? You wouldn't call him beta male and not talk to him?
No, I don't think I would call him a beta male and not talk to him.
Okay, so basically you want Republicans to win every election.
Yeah, I think that's the logical extension of that perspective.
Yeah, because we want to support political commentators that will tell everybody to never vote for a Democratic candidate and, vote for fuckwits like Jill Stein so that Trump can get elected for his third term.
Is Adam telling people to vote for Jill Stein?
Well, who the fuck else are they going to vote for, right? She's the only one who you have to vote like third party or independent, right? Unless you think Bernie Sanders is a viable candidate.
All right, I will keep that in mind.
Okay, you do that.
Okay, be careful.
What a jackass. Well, there you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Also make sure you get a good debate in because we want to see a debate, not 3 minutes conversation before he gets bored.
Well, I don't know if you are going to find what happened all that interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I might start taking steroids to get bigger. I'm trying to be more masculine and confident and I don't think there's any downsides to it, honestly.
There really aren't. Unless you're hyper concerned about like weird niche issues, like if you have a job where you're drug tested, or you're a pro athlete that gets drug tested, or I don't know, you have fertility issues already and you really want to have kids, or something stupid like that. But otherwise, no, there's literally no downsides. That doesn't mean you can take as much steroids as you want and never get side effects, but just about everybody, you're talking about like 99.99% of the people on the planet, there is a dose of steroids that they will get a benefit from with no downsides. But thanks for the donation, Rick.
I got a surprise for you, VG, a goldmine of Young Turks retardation, to react to here and here and here and here.
Sounds like a waste of time.
So we've got a little bit of a populist revolution on our hands, and I love it. So there are three guys who are running for Senate that have a couple of things in common. First of all, they're all Democrats.
My left arm is actually bigger than my right arm. I actually measured both my arms today. They measured the same size. That's the first time in a long time where they measured the same size, but my left is actually bigger. I think the reason my right might look bigger right now is camera angle, and they're shaped differently. My right and left arm do have a different shape. Let me see. Give me a second. I took a screenshot from my workout. So, I don't know. I think on here you can maybe kind of tell a little bit that my left, they look very similar. Like, again, I measured them today, and they both measured exactly 19 3/4. That's the first time I've ever had an arm measurement in a long time where they both measured the same. It's just that they're shaped differently. For whatever reason, there's like this weird dent in my right bicep. There's no dent in my left. And this one has, like, it peaks faster, whereas my right one slopes a bit more. But, yeah. What the fuck are we doing?
Democrats running for the Senate. Second of all, they've all been attacked by the establishment. And third of all, they're now ahead in all their races.
Oh, there you go. Okay. He is just supporting communism.
And I'm going to argue and perhaps prove.
Jack Tapper cries about Hassan Piker, and of course he's supporting his nephew, and he's a fucking commie. I get it.
Uh-oh, look at this. Bernie Sanders versus Chuck Schumer. Wow. So
can't be fucked.
There are 38 states that have anti-BDS laws. Are you kidding me? I thought this was the...
Okay, can't be fucked. And...
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't get a nuclear bomb? What would you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost of Iran holding that straight at issue with nuclear weapons?
It's 631.
This whole conversation is so stupid. Oh. I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why do you say organic doesn't make food any healthier when you now acknowledge glyphosate is toxic?
Never acknowledged that. I just acknowledged that the research on glyphosate might be bad. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Also, glyphosate Just because something's non-organic doesn't mean it was grown using glyphosate.
He doesn't be live. UVG sent him the link. Make him watch IT on stream for his viewers plaza.
Hello again.
Hi.
Are you streaming right now?
Yep.
Okay, well, somebody in my chat insisted that I send you the link and insist upon you to watch a video of Adam Mockler basically being Hassan.
Okay,
And
maybe
I
I'll
would
check it out later.
appreciate that if you would watch it on stream so that maybe you could, I don't know, look like a jackass or something and try to cope and say, oh, well, we need to be able to disagree with people who are within our own political party, even though they literally tell you not to vote for the political party they claim to be a part of.
Yeah, I think
You
I'd
know,
rather
like
just
Hassan.
keep watching the stuff that I am kind of watching right now. I think doing okay, but thank you.
How come you're so scared?
Well, I'm not scared. I'm just not interested.
Is Adam Mockler gonna beat you up or something?
No, did Adam Mockler beat you up?
You think he could beat me up?
Maybe. Kind of sounds
yeah?
like he's been bowling you or something. Why are
Well,
you so...
why don't we set up a fucking cage match between me and Adam Mockler?
Wow, you could just fight in your head because it seems like he's already living there right now, rent free.
Well, let's set up a cage fight between me and Adam Mockler, okay? And
Close your
whoever
eyes. Do you
wins
see him?
is right about or wrong about supporting fucking Israel.
What does Iran have to do with this?
I said right or wrong. Okay, so
Okay,
if I
I'll
win,
message him and let him
then
know, okay?
I'm right about supporting Israel.
Mhm.
And if he wins, I guess I'd be wrong about supporting Israel. But I think we know how that's going to turn out, don't we?
Okay, I'll message him and I'll see if he's interested in
Message,
saying
yeah,
that, okay?
message Adam Mockler. Tell him to come fucking fight me.
Okay, I'll let him know, okay?
Yeah, tell him I'm a Zionist, and since he has such a fucking problem with Zionism and supports fucking Hamas, well, tell him, well, come right here, right? Globalize the Intifada and all that fucking shit. If he's all in support of that, well, he can come fight a Zionist. Perfectly fucking happy to do it.
All right, I'll shoot him a message and I'll let him know, okay?
That's good. I'll smash him on his fucking head.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. He'll
All
keep
right,
that in mind,
take
okay?
care. All right, there you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. People in his chat are saying, where did Adam Mockler say this because they don't believe you? Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
My god, the Young Turks are defending one of the most hated men on the internet, Hassan Piker, now.
Yeah, they do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Streamer of some sort. I don't really quite know how to summarize Sneeko. He's just like some sort of annoying right-wingish sort of guy who goes around saying offensive things all the time. The kids apparently love him, and that's a problem. In 2022, it was Andrew Tate, a pyramid scheme salesman who tells you to boss around and beat your women in order to assert your alpha dominance. He was said to represent the growing normalization of misogyny and the sexual dysfunction of young men in particular. By the time we get back to 2021 and 2020, the Freak of the Year phenomenon is still in a fairly embryonic state, so it becomes a bit harder to associate a particular figure with these particular years. It's actually kind of interesting that there's not really a freak figure that we can cleanly associate with the peak years of the COVID pandemic, just given what a polarizing time that was. I feel like the Tiger King was sort of the 2020 Freak of the Year, just because his reality show was so popular around the time that the
Next time you should just play it on a microphone to force him to hear it and his viewers to hear it because he refuses to watch it on his stream.
I don't know exactly how to do that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Destiny is completely and utterly full of shit, dude. After going on a huge rant about how Hassan is a huge problem for the Democratic Party because one, like this guy's just a communist, fascist, totalitarian dickhead, but two, he actively convinces people not to support the Democratic Party and vote third party or whatever because they support Israel. And then Adam Mockler goes and does the same thing and then will not say shit. Will not fucking say anything about it. But, oh, well, if that's what he says, then I disagree. Okay. So kick Hassan out of the whole, lefty political sphere because he's so toxic. But, oh, Adam Mockler, who literally says the same shit. Well, whatever. It's all a game.
Lockdowns began. And then maybe that other great monarch, the roided up Liver King, who I guess was theoretically some sort of health and fitness influencer, could be said to be the 2021 freak. Though I feel like with both of these guys, there was a great deal less discourse about them relative to some of the others. I feel like the two kings were just appreciated as freaks in a simpler way, just weirdos who we gawked at because they were weird. Now, looking back, I think we can clearly say that there was a great deal of thematic overlap between the freaks of the year. Obviously, they are all products of the social media age, with their fame arising in large part from the new economy of clip.
Oh, speaking of good old Joe Exotic VG.
Presents its all new full.
This'll all be mine?
Every right between you.
Yeah, that's not funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Well, one way to do it is to play the video on your phone. Up to the microphone. I'm not gonna fucking bother, dude. Thanks for the donation.
Clipping, in particular. For those who don't know, clipping is the...
it's just as well. Like, look, the Democratic Party is infested by fucking communists. Yeah, just keep having Republicans win. Have Adam Mockler tell everybody, don't vote Democrat, vote third party because they support Israel. Good. Yeah, vote for fucking Jill Stein. Have whoever the next president, the next Republican candidate. It might be fucking JD Vance, but ideally Marco Rubio. Just have them say this. I don't know how long it's going to take to have Republican victory after Republican victory for them to learn. But yeah, just keep voting Republican.
This whole business of carefully extracting snippets of people talking on streams or interviews or whatever, and turning those snippets into slickly edited mini videos designed to go viral on TikTok or Instagram or Kick, and make a lot of money for the clippers. Ed Elson wrote a great Substack post the other day where he discussed the rising clip economy and noted how the majority of views that any freak gets these days tends to come from clips rather than the primary source. Outrageous people, or people who are often fighting with other people, or confidently stating very sweeping conclusions about the world, tend to make for very clippable content just because they consistently produce punchy little moments that can fit into a video that's like a minute or less long. And this reveals how the freaks themselves tend to have pretty similar personalities in terms of being very outspoken and abrasive and confrontational. Hawk to a Girl would probably be the exception since she wasn't very abrasive, but she was certainly pretty yappy, and a lot of people found her very...
She's so stupid. I just don't get it. Maybe next time, VG. Yeah, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
Oh. Could you make this killing children? How do you go to bed at night in the same bed with a war criminal?
It's funny how they say that like it would be a turnoff. How many fucking women literally just start getting fucking drenched and just have a water flow falling out of their pussy when they find out that some dude is a serial killer. Like, if anything, this would make women more attracted to him. Oh, he kills children? Well, I want to have children with him. Can he marry me on death row? Like, this is just fucking, like, they're so stupid.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so battery charges against him have been dismissed. Was she trying to she wasn't trying to enter his home. I don't know what the battery charge that's surprising that he wouldn't face battery charges. That seemed a little egregious. I don't know the full context though, like who knows how long she was harassing him at the door. Oh. Oh my goodness. Wow. Nice pretty kitty. That's nice. Oh. Oh my goodness, kitty go drink. Look at that kitty drinking. It's a nice puddle. Nice fresh water in that puddle. Cats love puddles. That's a really good puddle.
Go to hell. Would you be in support of cutting aid to Israel?
Well, you're going to have to talk to Rahm Emanuel. He's the one that's championing that.
But what are your feelings on it? Do you think we should cut?
Congressman.
You know what? You should be able to just fight these people. Like, seriously? If somebody's dressed like this, doing this bullshit, you should be able to just, like, punch them. You know, like, the gay, retarded kids at school. Like, these are the same kids who got their asses kicked and bullied in school. That shouldn't stop. They should still get their asses kicked and bullied as adults. If you see somebody dressed like this doing this stupid shit, yeah. Like, it should be legal to just beat them up. Like, they're fucking retarded dorks. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
You know, Disney should really make a full-length animated feature about a Tiger King set in the jungles of India as a follow-up to The Lion King.
Probably not. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I watched Tiger King. That criminal trial he had actually seemed like bullshit. They had a trial with two very different criminal charges. One was attempted murder or hiring an assassin. And the other charge was animal cruelty. And they combined that into one trial for a very fucked up reason. It biased the jury into making the guy guilty. If those were separate trials, he may have been found guilty of animal cruelty, but he wouldn't have been, I can guarantee you, he wouldn't have been found guilty of hiring an assassin. The guy who he apparently hired was never paid to carry out the assassination. He was never in the same state as the woman that he was supposedly paid to assassinate. He never did anything to carry out the assassination, like buy a firearm or a gun or anything. And the guy just got drunk and high, and he had a perfectly sensible explanation for why he gave the guy money. It had nothing to do with an assassination. According to him, it was to help him move. He was an employee of his. They didn't get along, but to get him out of there, and just like, because he does seem to be a fairly generous guy, he just gave him some money from a big potluck they had, so that he could move to a different state and start a life and job somewhere else. So the evidence against him for the assassination charge was just like nothing. Nobody was even a credible witness. And then with the animal cruelty charges, he even had sensible explanations for that. Like, he said, like, yeah, I shot and killed some sick tigers. And then he said, like, I don't see what is cruel about shooting a tiger. You shoot them once, they're dead, versus paying thousands of dollars to get a vet out and like put them to sleep. It's like, is any one of those like less cruel than the others? Like, no, one just costs more. So like, you might disagree with it, but it sounds fairly sensible. I like the animal cruelty case didn't seem to hold much weight. It seemed to revolve mostly around dead tigers on his property. And again, like, he admitted to killing them. It's just that, okay, they were like very sick and they needed to be put down. Like, the question there would be whether or not they were really sick, and they'd have to present good enough evidence to suggest he shouldn't have killed them. Like, it's not that he killed them. The issue fundamentally is that they were sick, like whether or not they were sick. And again, they didn't present that evidence. So he probably shouldn't be in jail. I actually, after watching that documentary and looking into some of the court case, I had a different opinion on the guy being in jail. Dodo Donatiller, she used to be a fake vegan, but now she's real vegan based. Wow.
Eating meat is inherently wrong. And then the other thing is, two things cannot coincide. I love all animals so much, and I eat meat. You can't do both. Sorry. You can eat meat, go for it. You can love animals.
She's a dumb bitch, so. This is the same dumb cunt who said, stole, like, that thing about stolen land.
Chinese battery giant CATL just unveiled the world's fastest charging lithium-ion EV battery ever made. It charges to 80% in just 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Ultra-fast charging is the hot topic for EV batteries at the moment. Just doubling the charging current quadruples the heat inside the battery, causing damage like cracking protective films, decomposing electrolytes, and in extreme cases, triggering thermal runaway. So any engineer with a need for charging speed has to find a way to stop the battery from literally cooking itself. CATL's third generation Shenjing battery, unveiled last week at the Super Tech Day in Beijing, seems to have electrified enthusiasm that this problem can be solved. It takes on two unique approaches. First, they focus on the solid electrolyte interface, a protective layer on the anode that's just tens of nanometers thick, whose job it is to be porous enough for lithium ions to pass through at high speed in order to charge the battery quickly, but which also has to block the electrolyte solvents from reaching and degrading the anode. Repeated fast charging can crack and destroy this layer, slowing down the charging time, but CATL identified a specific molecule responsible for this weakness, which they mysteriously called Substance X. They don't give away many details here, but using Substance X as a blueprint, they engineered a synthetic stand-in for this layer, which both increases its ability to resist crack formation and increases the speed lithium ions can pass through the layer by a factor of 2. This helps drop the average internal cell resistance to just 0.25 milliohms, making it the lowest resistance cell in production. But lithium ions still need to find their way inside the graphite electrodes, which are built from tightly stacked layers of flat carbon sheets. The spacing between these sheets is just 3.35 angstroms, and normally a lithium ion needs a gap to widen to about 3.7 angstroms in order to fit. So the team created a chessboard-like lattice of individual atoms in between the graphite surfaces to hold them apart. This widens the gap between the sheets enough for lithium atoms to fit inside, enabling ultra-fast diffusion and intercalation between the graphite layers. These two steps combined with CATL's large surface liquid technology and new shoulder cooling that targets localized hotspots has improved cooling efficiency by 20%, and it's reported it can charge 100 kilometers of range in just 30 seconds, and that can even charge in minus 30 degrees.
So that's all cool news. The problem is, as soon as you get a car with these batteries, 99% of charging stations are garbage, and you'll get a time estimate of when your car is ready to charge of about like 17 hours. So the vast majority of charging stations are not DC fast chargers. They're dumb AC, like what, 2.2 kilowatt chargers, something like that. So yeah, you'll buy this car. Oh my God, it charges so quickly. Literally every fucking charging station you ever come across, it'll take like 17 hours to charge your fucking car. And then if you do come across a DC fast charger, guess what's going to happen? The station's going to be broken and it doesn't fucking work, or it's going to be on a private area like a fucking car dealership. That happens so often. It doesn't tell what these fucking assholes do. There'll be private property like a car dealership. They'll list their charging station on a fucking app saying that it's public, and then it's not public, and if you come there with your fucking car, you can't fucking use it because it's either being used by the dealer, they'll flat out refuse to have you on the property because they don't want some other maker or manufacturer charging on their property, or it's they have a locked gate, so you can't even drive onto the onto their property after like they close. So like after 6 p.m. if the dealership closes, you can't even go on. And the reason they fucking do that is because they think it'll help them get new customers. Oh, somebody with their electric car will come by and then they'll come to the dealership and look at our cars. They're fucking deranged lunatics. Or the great one is we still haven't come up with a universal fucking charging standard. So yeah, you'll get one of these new cars with one of the fancy DC fast chargers. Literally every DC fast charging station in your area uses a different standard, so you can't even fucking use them. Like the plug literally won't fucking fit. It's just wonderful. Like electric cars are just such a well thought out fucking idea. Just idiotic horseshit. I fucking can't stand electric cars, dude. I've been there, done that. I've experienced it all, dude.
Chinese back.
You need to listen to him.
The budget? $1.5 trillion. I come from Los Angeles. With $2 billion, we could solve our homeless issue in LA. But this guy wants to spend $1.5 trillion. I come from Los Angeles. With $2 billion, we could solve our...
How much was invested in California's homelessness thing? California has spent over $24 billion. Some estimates suggest up to $37 billion on homelessness since 2019, yet the population grew to over 181,000. So, at least $24 billion has been spent on homelessness in California, and this guy says he would solve it with just $2 billion.
homeless issue in LA. But this guy wants to spend $1.5 trillion killing babies, blowing up boats out in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific and in the Caribbean. This is wrong-headed. We need to cut the budget.
I hate to break it to you, but you do not need billions of dollars to kill babies. They're pretty easy to kill. You can just keep them inside a fucking locked car on a hot day and they'll fucking die. So, no, if the U.S. military wanted to kill babies, they would set up Planned Parenthood in other fucking countries. They'd not sell cars with fucking air conditioning. Like, they do shit like that. Oh, yeah, paid actor as fuck, man.
This meeting where he's meeting with more Congress people, more military generals, asking for $1.5 trillion.
It's funny, it's all beta males and old ladies.
When he is getting out.
Did I say billionaires? I said all billion. Did I say all billionaires? Is my brain not working right? It's all beta males. Yeah, I think I might have switched beta male to billionaire. Yeah, it's all beta males and old ladies.
Ourselves into more illegal wars in Iran. American people are disgusted about this war. The first day of the war, they killed 160
Wouldn't fuck.
girls in an elementary school. He should not be in there being.
just please let the police beat them. You know, they're it's kind of an awful trade-off, right? Remember when the police could just like beat the shit out of people? Like, yeah, they'd beat up black people for no reason, but like they'd be able to beat up people like this, you know? Like Going Andrews donated $2. Yeah, that's gross.
You know, it's funny how Christians always say humans aren't apes, and yet the females of our species find it sexy whenever a man kills children.
Yeah. Pretty weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's almost as if we haven't evolved that much.
To be fair, Joe Exotic did abuse tiger cubs, though there is proof here.
If they don't want to walk, pop him in the ass and make him walk. Okay? Sit down.
Hesitate to just pour it out, because then is not the time to beat the shit out of that cat and make it listen.
You cannot reprimand a cat while the public's around. That happens behind the scenes.
Yeah, he did. Again, the trial seemed to focus around the dead cats. That he admitted to killing, but yeah, like if he was guilty of anything, he was guilty of the animal cruelty charges, though. That was a more sensible trial. The paid hitman thing, that was a complete fucking joke. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I have not seen the show The Office because it's stupid and not funny, and it's terrible.
Very insipid and annoying. Basically, all of these freaks are hard to like, which nevertheless makes them sort of titillating in a way that's not uncommon with very offensive or provocative people. I think the Germans have a word for this kind of concept of something that's very enticing and horrifying at the same time. Now, from the more high-minded analytic perspective, these sort of things that the freaks are said to represent usually fit into larger pessimistic narratives about society that have been very in vogue this decade. Thinkers on both the right and the left tend to have a pretty dark and bleak opinion on the state of American culture these days, which is usually framed as spiral.
People like Joe, who beat innocent tiger cubs like that, deserve to be mauled to death.
Yeah, they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Rolling into deeper and deeper pits of excess and extremism and decadence, which is in turn portrayed as a byproduct of a broken country racked by severe economic and political disorder that is making the people, especially...
Top Gooner donated $2.19, $36.10. Oh my god.
Probably a quick one just for you. Thoughts on Vegan Gains wanting to debate Jeff on PED usage, safety, and morality by Sam LHTT. I did not realize there was a request for a debate.
Sure, he didn't. Sure. Oh, right. Wow, Actor of the Year award. How do you spell his dumb name? Is it J? Or is it G? No, G. What was the... Yeah, how steroid users cope. Dude. I commented this basically right when the video went fucking live. He likes and hearts practically every fucking comment. I think I commented on this when it had like only 1,000 or 2,000 views. So that means there was only like, you know, maybe 10 comments on the fucking video. He saw this. I commented, there aren't particularly good arguments for, or these aren't particularly good arguments for or against PDU, so we'd be interested in having discussion debate on why you should or should not use PEDs, formulated a very convincing argument in favor of use, and be interested to see your pushback. There's no chance he didn't see this. He, like, fucking likes and responds and upvotes and hearts, like, every fucking comment. So, bullshit.
No, me neither.
Yeah, sure. That's some fucking Oscar-worthy acting.
Yeah, I don't know him. I think he's gone on PEDs, which might explain.
I believe so.
Interest.
Yeah.
I think he did.
Why is this faggot on a fucking treadmill?
I think he did a collab with.
Yeah, doesn't that make the video that much more unwatchable? Seeing this fucking idiot's head bob up and down.
Alex Leonidas.
Oh, really?
And Clarence Kennedy.
Recently?
I believe so. Semi-recently. And I don't know what he would want to debate.
Yeah. Literally asked the question, are you interested in... like, he literally just said it. Vegan Gains wants to debate you on the, like, ethics and risks of PED use. I don't know what he'd want to debate me on. Like, what?
On. Like, if people want to use, they can. I think for most people, it doesn't really make sense. Obviously,
most people would benefit from using steroids. You don't have to use massive fucking bodybuilder doses, but most people would benefit from being on like some form of TRT, like around 140 milligrams or more a week.
He's very into lifting. He's been very into lifting for a long time. So if someone wants to make that leap, they want to hop to that side. I don't really have an issue with it. So I don't know what he would want to debate.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, these people are just brain dead. Thanks for the donation, Top Gooner.
Especially the young people, more nihilistic and desperate and soulless. On the left, the popularity of any given freak of the year is usually seen as evidence that the people are so economically deprived these days that they are channeling their sublimated class anxieties into pointless distractions like looksmaxing or racism or misogyny. This often takes the form of a basically Marxist sort of frame, wherein every expression of an anxiety other than a class anxiety is surely the result of some sort of manipulation from devious forces who don't want you to focus on the real problem, which is, of course, capitalism. On the right, you get a lot of theories about how the freaks are the manifestation of some sort of inevitable backlash against the wokeism of the last decade. This often takes the form of some sort of argument that the left has been so remorselessly going after young white men that they are now open-minded to all sorts of radical solutions to their cultural disempowerment. In either case, the freaks are said to embody the most grotesque, extreme manifestation of some larger, legitimate social ill in society, and thus people we have to endlessly talk about and analyze and deconstruct, because only by doing that can we help address the root causes that led to their emergence in the first place. It is, of course, very debatable how much people like Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes are actually influencing anything in the real world. These sorts of things are hard to objectively measure, but it is certainly possible to find proof of their influence if you want to, and many people do indeed want to. Both sides are, of course, also fond of arguments that the freaks are simply merchants of a sort of slop entertainment devoid of any redeeming cultural worth, and that this says something about what a depressing cultural wasteland we are living in these days. All of this adds up to a certain freak industrial complex, wherein the clippers and the reporters and the journalists and the intellectuals are able to make a lot of money by tapping into the public's fascination with the freaks, either on their own terms or out of some desire to learn more about them, or as part of some more ambitious intellectual undertaking to tell the world what they mean. Now, I like to think of myself as a cultural observer, first and foremost. Particularly as I get older, I feel like I get more out of just noticing and tracking cultural trends than necessarily having a lot of thoughts on them. In my 2020s videos in particular, I like to be a little aloof and focus on documenting cultural developments that I think matter in some canonical sense, as opposed to judging them or forming theories about them. And that was my motive here. I feel like Freak of the Year is a clear and pronounced 2020s American cultural phenomenon at this point, and one that's worth noting. Obviously, it has antecedents, because American culture has always produced weirdos who people obsess over with a mix of disgust and titillation. But only now, in the social media age, do I think we have a culture that can create these sustained and focused obsessions on very particular weirdos and make them a focus of both high and low media for an extended period of time. Looking to the future, I just have to assume that people will eventually grow exhausted with this Freak of the Year system over time. The freaks will start to get more.
This is mostly just driven by weird algorithm shit. These people like Clavicular, they have people paying millions and millions of dollars to boost them in, like, YouTube algorithms. So the owners of Kick, who run the gambling platform Stake, they have a marketing strategy where they pay millions of dollars to market their own content creators on Kick and to promote the Kick platform. And the way they do that is they hire editors to edit streams of the streamers on Kick. They will spam videos like fucking crazy. You should see some of the payouts. Some of them are like 30, 40, 50, 60,000. They'll hire editors with these kind of bounties where if they get a certain amount of views with all their uploads, they'll get these large bounties. And they're paying out millions of dollars for some of these campaigns. So that's why you see the rise of people like Clavicular. It's not because he's the freak of the week that everyone finds interesting. I don't think most people find him particularly interesting. It's just he's getting promoted like crazy on the algorithm. That's it. And I can guarantee you, once they stop paying that kind of money, you're just not going to see him that much anymore. Because he's gotten this kind of level of notoriety, and there's like some weird things that pop up here and there that he does, like a drug overdose. Like, you might hear about that shit, but yeah, I mean, once they're done with their promotional stuff, you're probably not going to hear much about them.
More boring and repetitive, and the highly manufactured nature of their virality will become more obvious. If public intellectuals ever grow less pessimistic about the state of modern America, they'll become less inclined to devote as much energy to studying every random 20-something, offering themselves up as some sort of salve to our current ills. Famous for being famous weirdos will exist until the end of time, but I imagine that by the end of the 2020s, they won't occupy quite such an exalted place in the culture anymore, just because by then we'll be getting sick of this whole phenomenon and tired of being constantly told to care about dumb people desperate for attention, no matter how much they might be said to embody this or that cultural dysfunction. But anyway, curious what you guys have.
How much would I have to donate for you to not pause donations on your next workout stream? You can skip donations. Just can't pause them.
They give me $200, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation. 21st.
Fun fact, one of Joe's employees lost an arm to a tiger at his zoo.
Last
I
year,
know.
October,
It's that,
so
woman.
October 2013, I was working cages, and I stuck my hand in one of the tiger's cages, and he bit it. He bit my hand. Most of the damage was actually caused by his claws. And you know, that was 10 o'clock in the morning that morning. Yeah. And I mean, from there, it was just basically trying to save my hand because it was still fully intact. Joe did an amazing job at that, as well as the guys at OU. The very next day, I did have my hand, but I was informed that I was going to take 2 years of reconstructive surgery, and I opted to amputate. I've been working on getting a prosthetic ever since I lost my hand.
I'm assuming that was due to cost, not because of it not being a good idea to do reconstructive surgery. That's really weird. Assuming it was cost viable, yeah, I'd get the reconstructive surgery.
And right now I'm looking to raise funds to cover the cost that my insurance does not. So it's totaled up to about $1,300.
You remained even throughout that whole incident and just after with all the media very loyal to the park, that you didn't blame the park in any way. What happened as far as, where was the mistake made?
The mistake was made by me, and it was in reaching in with my hand to shut that door. You know, Joe provides tools for every single thing we need to do here in the park. And my mistake was not using that tool.
Yeah, dumb. That might be a better sound. Just downloading some RE Requiem mods.
Have to say, what do you make of the
A is a 49-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with fever, headache, and confusion. His speech was garbled, his vision was blurry. Something was wrong with his brain. An MRI of his head showed that something was abnormal, but it didn't give any clues as to what was happening. The brain and the spinal cord are surrounded by a liquid that cushions and protects it called the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. Doctors stick a needle into KA's back to draw some of that fluid to send to a laboratory to test so that they can get some more information. When they looked at it, it was yellow and cloudy. It's not supposed to look like that. And when the lab results return, it shows that there's a huge amount of white blood cells in it. These aren't supposed to be in the CSF, and this gives doctors some clues as to what's happening to him. 5 years earlier, KA wasn't feeling well. He'd wake up every day and feel bloated. At first, his wife thought it was funny, and she started calling him sausage fingers. He noticed that he was gaining weight disproportionately to how little he was eating every day. And every time he'd use the bathroom, he'd notice a mass of foamy bubbles in the toilet. At a doctor's visit, his wife realized this wasn't funny anymore. KA had gained 40 pounds, but almost all of this was water. When the
Yeah, that's kidney damage.
Well, that's what you get for working with large carnivores.
It is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
doctor squeezed his leg, it was like squeezing memory foam. This isn't supposed to happen. This kind of fluid overload is seen when someone's organs are failing. A blood test reveals two things. First, KA's kidneys have shut down. They're not filtering his blood anymore. The bubbles in his urine are proteins that are just bypassing the kidneys, and his edema, the fluid buildup, is because his kidneys aren't removing wastes from his body anymore. The second is that KA's immune system is attacking his kidneys. That's why they're shutting down. The blood test finds that his white blood cells have created antibodies that specifically target his kidneys for destruction. If this keeps up, the damage done will be permanent. This is called membranous nephropathy. Nephro referring to kidney, opathy referring to disease, and membranous describing how the kidney looks under a microscope when the immune system is attacking it like this. Medicines can fix this. KA was given 2. The first is a steroid. This is a general anti-inflammatory. It blunts the immune system, but it's not enough by itself. The second medicine goes into the white blood cells. It tells their genes to stop producing signal chemicals. This makes it so that the immune system can't communicate amongst itself. Both of these together should stop KA's immune system from attacking his kidneys, allowing them to heal and enabling KA to live his normal life again. And things seem to be okay. But 3 years later, there was more protein in his urine than ever before. His fluid overload is so severe now that his blood pressure is always high. Now it's severely impacting his heart. His kidney damage was getting worse. His immune system was still destroying his kidneys. 2 more medicines were given. One stops white blood cells from growing, stops them from functioning, and it forces them to destroy themselves. The second medicine gets into the DNA of white blood cells and inserts chemical parts that completely invalidate the entire cell. Doctors aren't shutting down the production of signal chemicals anymore. They're depleting the white blood cells in his body. This is the last resort to save what's left of KA's kidneys. He received a few doses of these medicines over 18 months, and his kidney function held steady. All of this was working, but something was still wrong. Hey, have a quick question. Have you learned a few things in this video so far? If you have,
If you saw a bear attacking a moose and you had a gun, would you
really
kill the
appreciate
bear?
it if you aren't subscribed yet.
Yeah, I guess I would.
Listen by telling stories. 20 months after treatment, which is 4 months before he's presenting to the emergency room, KA went on a hiking trip with his wife. In the evenings, after they were done, he'd notice welts all over his arms and legs. They were itchy, sometimes painful. The trip was like this every day, but he was totally fine when he got home. A few weeks later, he started seeing flashing lights. He thought maybe he hadn't gotten enough sleep, but then a horrible pain emerged on the left side of his forehead. At the hospital, doctors did a brain MRI. Nothing was found. Everything was normal. His kidneys were healing, but blood tests suggested that he was dehydrated. They gave him IV water. 2 days passed, and he got better. They sent him on his way, but very clearly, dehydration wasn't his problem. A week later, KA was back in the hospital because his speech was nonsensical. He was confused. He didn't know where he was. One kind of stroke is when a blood clot gets lodged into a blood vessel of the brain. This chokes off blood flow and starves that part of the brain of oxygen. There's just minutes before permanent damage settles in. When doctors did imaging of KA's brain, it kind of looked like he was having a stroke, but it wasn't clear. It was borderline, but there was no time to wait. Medicine that immediately breaks blood clots by thinning the blood were given. It seemed to work. KA got a little bit better, but he appeared to still have problems. It was hard for him to find the right words to say, and he was still confused. But by that hospital administration's metrics, he was good enough to go home. No more immediately life-threatening problems, so let's schedule you an appointment for follow-up. And he was on his way. As the weeks passed, KA...
Oh, and Spec King of Carnivores, VG.
Wonder why dogs do that. I remember a couple times Finn howled when he heard a fire truck. It had the sirens on, and I guess he thought it was a howl, and then he started howling. I wonder why they do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Started seeing floaters on his left side. He had to lay down in bed with an eye mask because light would make him feel like a hammer was smashing his skull. He had to wear earplugs because all sound would amplify and echo. At the ophthalmology eye doctor's office, KA was found to have eye inflammation. The left was worse than the right. The pattern and where the inflammation was inside the eye were very specific. And this was concerning. KA had a history of his immune system attacking his kidneys. If his eyes have inflammation, This could mean that it's attacking his eyes now. K.A. was given steroid eye drops. A mixed sedative, Tylenol, and caffeine combination pill were given for his headache. This calms down the brain, reduces inflammation, and constricts blood vessels going to the brain to limit excess blood flow that could cause headache. In over 2 weeks, K.A.'s pain went away. His vision improved. He didn't need to wear the eye mask anymore. But a week later, K.A. suddenly felt weak on the right side of his body, and the right side of his face was drooping. He could only slur his words. At the hospital, again. Clinically, it looked like he was having a stroke again, but brain imaging returned normal, no stroke. 2 days in the hospital pass, K.A. could speak normally again, so he was sent home. Nothing wrong was found. But over the next week, K.A.'s wife noticed that he would have staring spells. These would last just for a minute, but he would stop moving. His eyes would be wide open. He wouldn't blink. He wouldn't respond to anything. And after a minute, he'd snap out of it, and he couldn't remember anything that had happened over the last hour. He started having a fever, and his episodes of slurred words would return every few hours. At the hospital, again. Brain imaging was normal. Blood test results were normal. Nothing looked wrong, but very clearly, something was wrong. K.A. had gone to the same hospital 7 times in the last 4 months. The doctor this time remembered him from a previous visit. When he looked at the medical record, he realized that no one here ever found out why any of these things were happening to K.A. This doctor pulled K.A.'s wife aside and told her, there might be a better hospital, maybe you could say more adequately equipped, to figure out what's wrong. It's just on the other side of the city, and she agreed to the transfer, and he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. In this emergency room at the second hospital, doctors reevaluated K.A. All of his vitals were normal. He didn't look well. Muscles in his face had wasted away, indicating malnutrition. A mental status exam found that he couldn't name the days of the week backwards. He named a month and then said the days forward. When he was asked to remember 3 words, he could only remember 1 after 5 minutes. He said that 9 quarters was $4.25. His vision was blurry and he had trouble moving his eyes, but he knew where he was. He could say the word hospital sometimes. Other times, he'd stare off into the void as if he were trying to speak, but couldn't. Blood tests were normal. Urine and serum toxicology, negative. A brain MRI showed subtle changes, but it's not clear what any of this means. Given this information and K.A.'s past medical history, the overactive immune system attacking his kidneys, and the 4 immune-suppressing medicines that he was given, there's a few things that doctors want to do immediately. A lumbar puncture found lymphocytic pleocytosis. Pleo from Greek referring to a very large quantity, cyto meaning cell and osis meaning a disorder, and lymphocyte being a particular type of white blood cell. A large quantity of white blood cells causing a disorder. This means that his immune system is trying to respond to something. Regardless of the fact that it was nuked by those 4 medicines, it looks like it's still responding potentially to an infection of his. His CSF was yellow and cloudy. It's not supposed to look like that. The problem is, there's no telltale signs of which infection this is. It could be a virus, it could be bacteria, it could be both, it could be something different. Doctors come up with an early plan. Give K.A. an antiviral medicine, give him 3 antibiotics and B vitamins just in case of neurodegeneration from that malnutrition. And then watch him in the hospital. Do this now because the infection can and will get worse in the coming days. In the meantime, they draw blood and order many different tests. Some of these tests will take days to return. An ophthalmologist examines his eyes. They saw that fluid was swelling into his optic nerves, connecting his brain to his eyes. The next day, doctors noticed that K.A.'s speech was slurred. None of his words made any sense. He would scream and cover his eyes until the lights were turned off and the window blinds were closed because he was so sensitive to light. On the second night at the hospital, K.A. was finally able to get a good night's sleep. And this is where the medical team was totally thrown off. The next day, hospital day 3, K.A. opened his eyes, he stood up, he stretched, and then he started walking around like nothing was wrong, like nothing had happened. He was calm and collected. Doctors asked him questions. He responded in full clarity, no problems. He could remember the 3 words after 5 minutes. He could name the days of the week backwards. 9 quarters is $2.25. And when they asked him what was going on through his mind the last few days, he said that he knew he was in the hospital because he wasn't feeling well, but he couldn't remember that doctors had asked him to do any of those things that he just did. One thing that he wanted doctors to know was that his vision started getting weird after he spent a lot of time outdoors, hiking with his wife, hunting with his colleagues. Every time he'd come back from these, he'd notice welts.
Remember the time you threatened to drop someone on their head because they used an AI chatbot to prove steroids aren't vegan? Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLU. Hurrah.
Yeah, I remember that. Very fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, smashing on your head.
All over his arms and legs. He thought these may have been bug bites, but he wasn't sure. He had asked the other hospital about this, but they never found anything definitively. But what is definitive is that KA appeared healthy suddenly, but his vision was still blurry. A repeat eye exam the following day found that only his left optic nerve was swollen, and that the inside of his eyes looked markedly different, a big improvement from 2 days prior. And around this time, the blood tests and CSF lab tests had returned, and this screwed everything up. When he presented to the emergency room, he had meningoencephalitis. Meningo referring to the meninges, the membrane protecting the brain and the spinal cord, and encephal referring to the brain. Both his brain and the membrane surrounding it were inflamed. And words matter. Meningitis, the inflammation of the meninges, usually presents with headache, stiff neck, fever, but brain function is totally normal. KA's brain wasn't normal at presentation. Meningoencephalitis is meningitis with a brain that can't function, can't talk, can't think, can't respond appropriately, and visual changes with swollen nerves means that the brain and nervous tissue are inflamed, and this is what he had at presentation. And his condition rapidly improved once he came to this hospital and was started on antiviral medicine, 3 antibiotics, and B vitamins. Doctors had written a problem list to match his symptoms, and they need to rule each one out in order to find out what's happening. The blood and CSF test results give them some direction. First, KA had an autoimmune problem, and this means 2 things. The first is that his immune system could be attacking more than just his kidneys. It could be attacking the blood vessels in his brain. That can cause problems that look like a stroke, which he had at the hospital a few weeks earlier. A blood test can find this, but that test was negative. So whatever it was that caused that stroke was something else. So this wasn't his problem. The second issue from autoimmunity stems from the latter 2 medicines that he was given for membranous nephropathy. When these shut down the immune system, it puts him at risk for rare infections. So if KA got better after being given 1 antiviral, 3 antibiotics, and B vitamins, and if he was predisposed to infection because of a prior illness, then this means that his meningoencephalitis is because of infection. But which infection? These medicines have side effects. You can't keep him indefinitely on all 5. And if you stop the right medicine too early, then you'll grow a medicine-resistant strain of the pathogen without knowing what caused this problem in the first place. But here's a big problem. When doctors tried to grow bacteria from his blood and CSF, nothing appeared. This could mean that his problem isn't bacteria, but it could also mean that it's a secret bacteria that can't be grown in a petri dish. Meningoencephalitis pathogens are only found at best 30 to 60% of the time. There's an actual chance that they're not going to be able to find what's wrong, but doctors still need to reason out what KA doesn't have. Bug bites give the clue. Viruses. West Nile, from mosquitoes. KA's in the northeastern United States, lots of mosquitoes there. This can cause us problems, but antibodies in the CSF and viral RNA in the blood were negative, so he doesn't have this. All other mosquito-borne and tick-borne viruses local to the Northeast were tested for. They can cause similar neuroinvasive viral encephalitis, but all of these were negative. Shingles and herpes viruses can cause similar-looking illness involving eye and brain, but his brain MRI didn't have characteristic features of any of these. Blood and CSF tests for these sometimes aren't accurate. The inflammation in his eyes don't look like the patterns usually associated with these illnesses, and it's unlikely that the particular antiviral medicine that he got would have had an improvement this profound in such a short amount of time. While a viral illness is not completely off the table, doctors look at all the possible bacterial species that could be the problem. Hospital labs can't grow every bacteria from blood and CSF samples. Some that cause problems aren't easy to grow. When they did try, they weren't able to grow any species from his samples. Reasoning out which bacteria it wouldn't be, mycobacteria, which can cause tuberculosis, can cause optic nerve edema and uveitis, but they also cause movement disorders and issues moving the eyes. And the antibiotics that were given to him don't really destroy this kind of bacteria. There's a spiral-shaped bacteria called a spirochete. One species is well known that causes syphilis, named Treponema pallidum. Syphilis causes uveitis, and late-stage disease can cause neurologic signs and symptoms. But this is easily tested for, and it was done, and it was negative. Finally, the last test. Borrelia burgdorferi, the spirochete that causes Lyme disease. This is a disease that comes from bacteria transmitted by ticks. Ka is in the region of the country where Lyme, Connecticut is, where the name of the disease is from. Ka's problem started after he went on hiking trips with his wife and hunting trips with his colleagues, all activities outdoors in places where there's ticks. This was Ka's most likely problem. It causes uveitis and optic neuropathy. Lyme disease can
he deserved exactly what he got.
Cause lymphocytic pleocytosis. It can cause facial nerve problems looking like a stroke. It can inflame the meninges, all signs and symptoms that he had been suffering from over the last several months. One of the antibiotics that he was given acts directly on Borrelia, and this explains how he suddenly became better after he got it. But when they tested him for Lyme disease, they didn't find any antibodies to Borrelia burgdorferi. He also didn't report the kind of rash that you often, but not always, see with Lyme disease. But maybe that's okay. One of the immunosuppressants that he received for his membranous nephropathy can delay the body's antibody formation against Borrelia burgdorferi. The problem is, when they did imaging of his head and his spine, none of the pictures look like what you would get when one has Lyme disease. And over the days, they kept repeating the blood test, only for it to keep...
That's seriously fucking annoying. Can I remove... That stupid asshole has a fucking baby on his profile. Damn it, I can't... Can a bunch of people comment so it scrolls up so I don't see his stupid baby profile picture anymore?
Keep coming out negative for Lyme disease, meaning that their entire problem list was totally crossed out, and this advanced hospital couldn't figure out what was wrong. What could this be? If this isn't Lyme disease, but it has similar features, but just slightly different, then is it possible that it's another species of Borrelia? Special research laboratory testing was ordered. Specific gene sequences of particular known bacteria were done on Ka's blood and CSF. These are bacteria that have only been described in a handful of human cases. No standard clinical lab tests exist. In truth, only a high-powered academic institution with labs willing to look deeper would be able to do this. But when the results returned, they found out what it was. One angle of being healthy is eating well, appropriate portion size, and fresh, nutritious food. And Cook Unity is a great idea. I highly recommend it. In 1995, Japan, a group of researchers were investigating the tick Ixodes persiccatus. This is one that carries Borrelia burgdorferi. You can get bit by this one, and you can get Lyme disease. Spirochetes have a body part that helps them twist through their environment called an endoflagellum. When the scientists looked further at a sample of Ixodes ticks, they found that there were these remnants of endoflagella that were distinctly different than what's found in Borrelia burgdorferi. This is like finding the bone of an animal in a human burial site. When they looked at genetic samples, they found distinct parts of genes that were not related to any known Borrelia species at that time. However, other parts of the genes show that whatever it was that had these endoflagellar remnants was related to Borrelia. The study demonstrated that there exists a previously unknown Borrelia species inside the Ixodes persiccatus tick, but not much more was heard about this until 2009. Eastern Russia, a place well known to have tick-borne disease. 46 patients had come in to a regional hospital with fever, headache, chills, fatigue, vomiting, and muscle aches after known tick exposure. By this time, doctors and scientists in the area were well aware that local Ixodes ticks harbored many different bacterial species. When the Russian Central Research Institute of Epidemiology conducted the study in conjunction with another tick-familiar academic hospital in the northeastern United States, they formally reported the first human cases of this particular bacteria that was discovered in Japan 14 years earlier. Its name is Borrelia miyamotoi. Borrelia miyamotoi illness was first reported in humans in 2009. The bacteria was first described in 1995. Just because we named it and documented human cases doesn't mean that it didn't exist before then. It's just that we hadn't found it yet, and we didn't have the awareness, the techniques, and the technology to describe it and to find it. And just a couple of years later, in 2012, the first described Borrelia miyamotoi case in the United States was published, happening in the Northeast, just a few states away from KA. And interestingly enough, this patient had so many striking similarities with KA. They had taken the same immunosuppressant medicine, suffered the same subacute meningoencephalitis, and had a lymphocytic pleocytosis in the CSF that both suddenly improved when antibiotics were given. And the blood test revealed that KA had had this infection for several months. And now that doctors found the exact causative agent, they have an idea of which antibiotics were doing the work, and they know how to proceed with KA's treatment. The reason this case is important is because disease-carrying ticks have been migrating both inside the US and across continents. Incidence and prevalence of Lyme disease is increasing, and if we know that these ticks have many different kinds of bacteria inside, then it really is.
I wonder if some of this has to do with climate change. Expanding into colder regions due to climate change. That's a shame.
Is important for you to take precautions to prevent tick bites on you. If you live in an endemic area, use insect repellent, wear long sleeve shirts and pants, check your body, clothes, gear, and pets for ticks after being outside. And it could be outside that's just even in your backyard. And remove attached ticks as soon as you see them. Don't wait for someone else to do it. If we operate under the assumption that you could get bacteria that may not be detectable when you see your doctor because it's not something that's easy to test for, which could then go untreated, just like in KA's case, then protecting yourself and preventing this becomes the most important thing that you can do. I'm not here to scare you about this. You can still do something about this for yourself. KA's case brings up a couple different issues that people today are likely very familiar with. The first is that this was not an easy diagnosis. The hospital that happened to figure out Borrelia miyamotoi happened to be one of the top research hospitals in the entire world. That's linked to one of the top medical schools in the entire world, meaning they had access to the most advanced labs in the entire world. And most importantly, they had people who were willing to look deeper. And even then, there was a window of time where it looked like they were going to miss this diagnosis. There's no standard clinical test for Borrelia miyamotoi, at least at the time that this patient was diagnosed. Now, I've been alive long enough and doing this long enough to have the hypothesis that if this man went to any hospital in this part of the country, there's a 95 to 100% chance that Borrelia miyamotoi would have never been found in him. There's still a chance that he would have gotten the right antibiotics for the right amount of time, fixing all of his problems, and that's where that 5% comes from. And so this brings us to the second issue. There's people who feel that they have something wrong. They know that they have something wrong with them, but no one has been able to give them a definitive answer. Now, despite being in medicine, I experienced this myself once. And I've talked about this before, this video on my second channel, but long story short, I had a self-inflicted problem that I wasn't thinking of. It's not malicious, it was an accident that I wasn't paying attention to. And it led to me having the worst insomnia I've ever had for almost 2 years. And I was given the runaround.
The B12 thing, right?
Even at a major city academic hospital specialist center. Now, I was lucky I found it and fixed it myself. It was a vitamin deficiency, but many people aren't as fortunate and aren't able.
Dude, doctors are fucking useless. I remember I came in to the hospital. I was having a weird set of problems. I had literally zero appetite. Like, I could not eat. I was really losing weight rapidly. I also couldn't sleep. And I had inflammation in one of my testicles, too. It turned out it was epididymitis. A lot of the time it goes away without any antibiotics. I've gotten that like 3 times now for some fucking reason. But yeah, the like weird insomnia and like not being able to eat. I wanted like some basic blood work or something done. I go to the hospital and the doctor was like, oh, you know, just find a YouTube video for like, you know, figuring out how to increase your appetite and sleep better. And then I was like, can I like get blood work or something? And then he's like, oh, no, that's not necessary. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I was suffering like crazy too. I told him, like, dude, it's been 2 weeks that I've been like this. Like, it's absolutely fucked. And then he's like, yeah, well, you know, we can't really do much about that. And I'm like, okay. Just so retarded.
To do that. Now, inside this topic of people having problems and not getting the right help, there's two things. The first is in context of Lyme disease. The diagnosis isn't simple, and this is where issues come from. People need to have both the risk of exposure to ticks carrying Lyme disease and the clinical symptoms and clinical manifestations of Lyme disease. Sometimes that bullseye rash doesn't show up. Sometimes you're bitten by a tick that's not the species that carries Borrelia. And if you are bitten by that tick, if it's not on you for long enough, which is around 24 hours, it's not known to transmit the bacteria in saliva. And sometimes you're bitten by that tick and it doesn't even have Borrelia in it.
What's up, VG? Quick Croyd-related question. What is the ideal needle gauge and size for DELT and ventroglutide injections for test daily? Starting soon at 20 milligrams a day and see how it goes.
The largest gauge that I'd recommend is 25. Like, that's the absolute largest. Anything more than that, it's like a harpoon and it's pretty uncomfortable. I recommend drawing with a 22 gauge needle, and then injecting with a 30 gauge. I really like the 30 gauge 1-inch needles, and for injecting, it's pretty easy. Like, it's not gonna come out as fast and easy as with like a 25, but it's easy enough. But because the needle's so small, it doesn't hurt. It goes in super easy. Also, you're not going to develop scar tissue like you will with larger needles. So I recommend 30 gauge. You can go in between if you want. You can get something like a 27. But I really like 30 gauge 1-inch needles. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Even conservative leaders in Europe are anti-Israel. Why does everyone hate Israel so much, VG?
They're gay retards. They're all gay retards, dude. Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
Eurovision Song Contest after it pulled out in protest over Israel's
Eurovision.
participation. Instead, it will show a documentary series focusing on Palestine. Aisha Zahid is here with more on this. And Aisha, this is part of a wider boycott of this year's competition, isn't it? That's
so retarded. Congress set to introduce a resolution today condemning Hassan Piker for allegedly spreading anti-Semitism. Nice. That's good.
Why should we vote for you? We got to get money out of politics. I do not have a super PAC, a corporate PAC, and I don't take money from AI companies. We will never have no kings as long as billionaires can buy elections.
Can you say free Palestine?
What? I'm not going to say.
Wait, why can't you say free Palestine?
Because that's not what we're here for.
So what are we here for? Can you say fuck Israel, Jack?
No way, dude.
Wait, but you just said you get... Well, fuck Israel. No, do you like Zionism?
We're not talking about that right now.
So what are we talking about? You said no kings. Oh, come on. Okay, Jack, this is where you... So we're trying to get Jack elected, but we could not say free Palestine, and he's a Kennedy. Why should we vote for you?
We got to get money out of politics. I do not have a super PAC.
None of these people care. They're just brainwashed idiots. Brainwashed, useful idiots. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Now, the added factor to this is that the blood test for Lyme disease isn't always accurate. So some people might have gotten a false positive rather than a true positive, meaning that they didn't actually have Lyme disease, even though the blood test said that they did. They received antibiotics, but because it wasn't the problem, they got antibiotics that they didn't need, and then they're still sick. So they think they have chronic Lyme disease. There's a post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome in some people who really did have Lyme disease, where the Borrelia bacteria fragments induce an autoimmune reaction. The communication from doctors a lot of times isn't very good about this. And I think people might be familiar with the, oh, but did you really get Lyme disease question that one might get. The second issue is when someone like KA genuinely has a problem, but it's so rare that it takes an ultra specialist at an elite institution that's in a location where the associated disease is endemic to find it. An average Ixodes tick has many different bacteria inside, including many different species of Borrelia, and they will have multiple variants of each species too. There's one thing that we use in medicine, and it's this idea that,
you know, hopefully with AI, they just develop some kind of super antigen that will just kill off, like, whatever bacteria or virus you have. That'll be great. Kind of like an RE9, where they developed that, universal virus-destroying thing. That'd be great. Really, really great. Oh... I think I might need to take a break from doing shrugs. I think my back needs a break. I think I might just do like only belt squats too, because I think squatting is even aggravating my back. Just needs some rest. You fucking asshole. Pee pee, poo poo, bum bum. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh, I feel it, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I feel it. Oh, Mr. Krabs.
Many of a patient's problems can be explained by a simple single diagnosis. This helps prioritize decision making, especially in the most common setting, where you're not the only patient that we're seeing. The problem list that the doctors came up with for KA demonstrated this. And it's true, patients can have more than one problem, but human bodies are robust. Our natural facilities can handle many things to maintain homeostasis. I think in the context of chronic diseases, there can be a communication issue, and there are some doctors who are absolutely the right person for you as a patient, and there's definitely some who are definitely not the right person for you. And I do hope that you're able to find the absolute right person, just like how KA was able to in this case. The last thing I want you to be aware of is that there are people who will try to sell you false hope on the internet through supplements and all of those. You have to have your own due diligence to be able to see through all of those. The antibiotic doing the work was one that was used to treat Lyme disease. KA was sent home with this antibiotic to be given intravenously, but he started getting a rash on his face, so they switched to a different one. 3 weeks after discharge, at the follow-up, all of his symptoms had resolved, except his vision was still blurry. But 3 months after that, his vision had slowly begun to improve as he was able to make a full recovery.
Nice try.
Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. Today I have some bad news for British Columbia gun owners, and to a lesser extent, players of paintball, airsoft, etc. And that's because we're going to be reviewing Bill 4, the Firearm Violence Prevention Act. Now this is mostly targeted at gun owners and will probably mostly be felt by law-abiding gun owners. So whereas we've seen in Saskatchewan and Alberta measures to try to protect gun owners, this one is not so much. And it's being sold as like a public safety thing. They're saying this is going to crack down on gangsters, but a lot of it clearly won't. So let's...
Yes, because criminals follow the law. And if you ban people who have no criminal record and pass a background check and got licensed, well, they're all criminals, so if they can't get their guns, then no more gun violence.
Let's have a look here. So this is the bill. We're going to go through it in a fair bit of detail. This is going to be fairly lengthy, fairly detailed. So let's dive right in here because there's a whole lot to it. We're not going to cover everything, but we're going to cover a lot. So part one, definitions. You might be saying the definitions are boring. The definitions matter quite a bit. So we're going to look at a few of them because they really do have significance here. The first one I'm going to note here is the definition of ammunition because it's actually different from the criminal code definition. And they say in relation to a firearm means prohibited ammunition or any other shot, bullet, or projectile designed to be discharged from the firearm. So because it includes
So that could be paintballs, that could be airsoft pellets. That could even be the gel blasters.
Can you please react to this Vosh video? He's so brazenly confident that the Trump assassination attempt was a false flag. It's bad. Also, you're a dumbass and I bet you smell due to being a colored blackie.
You think they're bringing too many people in on the group?
We can watch this. Thanks for the donation. N-words, yes, the hard R, fuck 'em.
Chat. I do think it was a false flag. I think it's a false flag for the stupidest reasons imaginable. That is to say, like, this is why we need the ballroom. I feel like they might have let too many people into the group chat. You do not want this many people in. It's what happens when you have like an influencer presidency. Literally, everybody wants to get in. Do we really need Randy Fine in the group chat?
I'm not understanding this. He tried to get through a security checkpoint.
Do we need Randy Fine in the same group chat as like 18 groypers? Is that necessary? This is why Trump needs to build the White House ballroom. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. Thank God Trump's building a ballroom at the White House. Now you know why the left is suing to block Trump's privately funded White House ballroom. We need the White House ballroom. We need the White House ballroom. You can actually tell which of these grifters thinks more highly of themselves and which of them are the most shameless. Nick Adams, totally shameless. Wall Street bets, totally shameless. Cernovich, as always, head up his ass. So when he gets the message, this is what you need to tweet, he's like, I'm going to put my spin on it. I'm not like those other guys. I'm going to put a spin on it, you know? Libs of TikTok, incredibly boring, no self-respect, you know? Meghan McCain puts the whiny spin on it, right? Because Meghan McCain's like a whiny bitch, you know? She's like a ooh blue blue blue, how could you kind of person. So she puts the like victim spin on it, you know? Cernovich being authentically crazy. He's a bit of a real one. The Bush administration was more competent in their talking point. In the Bush administration, they didn't have group chats. That's the thing, you know? You couldn't have Signal group chat leaks during the Bush admin because Signal wasn't a thing back then, okay? Whatever Telegram these people are all sitting in, Telegram didn't exist back then. They were not all in IM channels. It's only a tiny fraction, too. I know it says it right here, by the way, but in case people don't know, like, we already knew this because it's obvious, because for one, it makes sense, and for two, you can see it, like, it's evidence of this behavior. But Ashley St. Clair, Elon Musk's baby mama, who turned away from the right when Elon blocked her on everything and then took away her blue checkmark for the crime of asking him for the child support payments that he promised, said that basically every right-winger on Twitter is in the same group chats, and they're all just given marching orders by the admin. Like, it's like what happens at Fox, but like way more dumbed down. It's literally just, you wake up, hey, everyone, tweet about this. Okay. And they all tweet about it. Like, it's just like that. Like, it's very, very, very top down. Yeah, they let Fetterman in the dang group chat. We were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with a line of succession for the U.S. government. After witnessing last night, drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom for events exactly like these. Not Fetterman Lamau. No. It's like all of them. It's genuinely all of them. So did they pay the person to charge the ballroom, or how does that factor into the false flag? Nah, you would never do that. My guess personally is that the FBI identified the shooter as a threat long before he made it to the hotel, and they were just like, yeah, there's probably going to be like a guy making a shot at it. You know, he's going to be stopped, of course, because there's 50 lines of security before you make it to the actual ballroom. So when it happens, we're all just going to post. Doesn't really matter. I mean, any level of conspiracism, I think, is warranted when you're dealing with administration that lies as transparently as this one.
No evidence for the claim whatsoever. Based on what I can tell from this retard, this doesn't seem like something that was well planned out, like long in advance. The guy had the whole like Leon Kennedy get up. He had like a handgun, a shotgun, combat knives, like what was he planning on using the knives for? So he just seems like some unhinged lunatic who didn't like Trump for a while. Then he heard that the event was going to be happening, and then he took a train down. It doesn't seem like he planned this well in advance. As far as I've seen so far, it doesn't seem like he made any social media posts for any length of time talking about killing Trump. So, like, again, the idea that the FBI would have known that he was planning to do this, did nothing about it. Not only is there nothing that indicates that, you know, with what we know about the shooter, that, like, they could have had any foresight into this, but he has no evidence. Like, nobody within the FBI has come out and said, oh yeah, we knew about this guy for a while and he was on some list. It's fucking retarded.
On every day is another market manipulation attempt, and I don't really care. You know, you can believe whatever you want. It doesn't really matter to me. I believe Kamala Harris was a strong candidate. Dial it back. Dial it back, bucko. Anyway, you know, the media is having fun with this. No one gives a shit, right? No one actually cares. No one gives a fuck. Fool me once, shame on you, etc., etc. It doesn't really matter. We're really living in like a post. It's weird because in some ways society is more consolidated and monocultural than ever, but in other ways, like, it is incredible how little this moves the needle now. You know, if you think about it, it's not just here, right? Like, even Trump's original dubiously legitimate assassination attempt, you know, that one also didn't move the needle at all. It was like a big fuss for a couple of days, but it really ended up going kind of the same way as Charlie Kirk. You know, it's like, you know, you have a month of every right-wing account posting, the left doesn't realize what they've unleashed, and then nothing happens. Officials believe the suspect traveled by train from California to Chicago and then on to Washington, where he checked in as a guest at the hotel. It's the very first time Trump ever went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner as president. Train bait. Yeah, they're getting their anti-train pointers in. Kash Patel found bullets in the ground, anti-ballroom scribbled across him. They actually do have his manifesto, which is really, really, really funny for a specific reason. Okay. Hello, everyone. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I will most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I travel next to, all the workers who handle my luggage, and to all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this. To all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. It is an ass manifesto. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies on to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. He's holding. While I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Can somebody please give me an explanation for this, which is not conspiratorial? So he's concerned about the Epstein files because he called Trump a pedophile. Kash Patel is literally the most complicit person in covering them up. Pam Bondi's out already. Why specifically remove him here with no explanation? The only explanation I can think of, and I'm being real, and I'm sorry.
Yeah. The explanation is he's an unhinged retard and he doesn't think logically. That's kind of par for the course with these insane people who try to assassinate presidents.
Sorry. Is that all of this is fake? and that Kash Patel's going to be fired soon. So the reason they excluded him is because they didn't want him to get any victim cred.
Yeah, the crazy political assassinator isn't thinking logically, therefore it must be a psyop.
And also, this was written by like a retard. I need another explanation than this. Why on earth would somebody willing to sacrifice their own life taking a run at the pedophile president specifically cut out Kash Patel here? Because it'd be mad funny. Yeah, I guess. And this gives legitimacy to oust Kash. I mean, there are rumors he's soon to be, fired anyway. So, excuse me. I don't think Patel was excluded, Vosh. I just think he's relatively low ranking compared to cabinet officials. I don't want to yell at you. I wasn't really interested in like bad devil's advocate argument. Like administration officials, specifically not this one person. Come on, why single him out? Also, again, director of the FBI. He's not exactly low ranking. Anyway, yeah, it's all fake. False flag. You see, they took JD Vance away before they escorted out Trump. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny. They know Trump has like, I don't know, however long left. He's a fan of Kash's work on the Charlie Kirk investigation. That'd be pretty funny. Excluding him, his due reward, not targeted for scrutiny. Only a secret ally of the American people could have fumbled that investigation so badly. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. What? Okay, yeah, I'm going all in on false flag. I don't really.
Oh my God.
I play the Resident Evil, and in the Resident Evil, the shotgun go in large spray pattern, and when you have all the zombies in front of you, you pull out the shotgun, and the shotgun take out all the zombies, even when they're all across the screen. So why would he use shotgun with the buckshot when in Resident Evil it takes out all the zombies on the screen if he doesn't want to kill all the people around? Like, this guy's a fucking retard. Slugs are massively powerful. They will go through multiple human beings, whereas a buckshot, they're smaller pellets. So if you miss your target, the spread increases over a distance, and you're just less likely to kill multiple people.
Take care. Assassination with buckshot? Okay, yeah. That would increase casualties now. It would increase like random damage. It wouldn't increase. You can't fucking assassinate someone with buckshot. That's insane.
I'd play a video of somebody using buckshot on like some human dummy, but YouTube's fucking retarded and you can't show anybody using a gun or even holding a gun while you're live streaming. So just take my word for it. You will fucking annihilate somebody if you hit them with buckshot. So no.
Like, why would you me entering the venue with a blunderbuss that I filled with silverware that I stole from the kitchen? Yes, you can shut the fuck. I'm not interested in your sophomoric understanding of how firearms work. An assassination with buckshot is insane. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's genuinely the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay, I don't want to talk to you about it. Exploding cigar types. Yeah, seriously, it's all fake. Cole Allen had a picture of himself on Instagram in an IDF sweatshirt before his profile got removed. That's probably fake. I need a better source on that than RT. I'm afraid. I choose to believe it. To be fair, the blunderbuss of silverware would be significantly more deadly than buckshot. So stupid, man. It really does reek of indignancy, though. Like, Trump is fed up with judges blocking his ballroom construction. So he was like, all right, everyone, I'm going to leave the White House one time, and then we're going to fake this, and then I'm going to be really indignant about it. Look what happens. Hey, everyone, look what happens when I leave the White House. It does seem like a him problem. Okay, Vash, I have one theory. One theory for the buckshot, or one theory for why Kash Patel, director of the FBI, primary architect of the cover-up of the Epstein files, would be the one single person excluded from scrutiny in the manifesto. In the 2-page manifesto, this looks like it was typed up on the train ride over. Okay, I'm actually going to lose my fucking mind at people in chat who are like, well, technically you can kill a buckshot, you can kill someone with a spoon. Are you actually going to do this right now? Are you serious? Did you know that? Well, actually, you can kill someone with a drop of water if you accelerated to an assassination with buckshot. I'm not hearing with you guys. I'm not doing this today. I'm not doing this today with you people. He felt bad for Kash getting cucked, like he knew beforehand. Your cortisol's already spiking. My cortisol's going to spike to the fucking moon if I have to see a subreddit post later. I think that Vosh confused.
What games will you play? RE9. Why are your traps sore? It's not my traps that are the problem, it's my low back.
Birdshot with buckshot. That doesn't Vosh real. If the cardioid artery got struck by, technically, actually, it could kill. There are many pellets in the buckshot. You could kill 50 people actually if every pellet hit the cardioid artery of every person. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Shot Vosh with a buckshot full of cortisol. That would do me in. Oh my god. Anyway, 6 new posts just hit this subreddit, all calling you a fat retard. Only 6? That's not so bad. Trump falling here legitimately posed a higher risk to his well-being than the buckshot could have. They really did get J.D. Vance out so much faster than Trump. They rushed J.D. Vance out so quickly compared to him. I know that Trump is an obese 80-year-old, but still. Yeah, dude, look at this. Do you think it's because Trump's personal security detail knew it was fake, but J.D. Vance's didn't because they didn't let him in the group chat? Is J.D. Vance the only guy not in the group chat? So J.D. Vance and his team were like, fuck, we gotta get out of here. And Trump's team was like, fuck, we have to move this fat fucking retard. We have to pretend. Is that because they want to separate the main and vice president? I mean, they separated them by letting Trump continue to sit there for like 20 seconds. Look at this shit, man. Dude, the first Secret Service agent just gets right there behind Trump and he's like, I can't move this fat fuck on my own. They yoink JD's ass. Should we move him? Should we we have to like pretend, right? Like, yeah, we need like 3 guys over here.
This is just brain rot. Like, he knows he's full of shit.
Any projectile designed to be discharged from the firearm, and not just standard ammunition. This is going to be include, for instance, like paintballs.
Yes, I reacted to Nick Fuentes pushing the old lady down.
And airsoft pellets and those sorts of things. Boat we're not going to worry about. Cartridge magazine also has a bit of a different definition, a device or container from which ammunition may be fed into the firing chamber of a firearm. Now, because of the different definition of ammunition from the criminal code, this also will cover, for instance, airsoft magazines, which would not be magazines under the criminal code. So important to note that. Federal Act means the Firearms Act. Federal license means a license issued under the Federal Act. So a firearm license, a PAL or an RPAL. Firearm has the same meaning, and so that's important because firearm, it has a broader definition than most people realize. It includes things like airsoft guns and paintball guns. Imitation firearm means an object other than a prescribed object that could reasonably be mistaken to be a firearm, but is not a firearm. This could, for instance, include a number of toys. Loaded in relation to a firearm means ammunition is in any of the following: breech or firing chamber of the firearm, a non-detachable cartridge magazine that is inside the firearm, a cartridge magazine that is attached to a hinged floor plate of the firearm, a detachable cartridge magazine that is inside or attached to the firearm, or a prescribed part of the firearm or cartridge magazine that is inside or attached to the firearm. Okay. Low velocity firearm, they have a complicated definition here that they borrowed from the criminal code, but basically this means airsoft guns, paintball guns, nail guns, flare guns, a bunch of other things will all be covered under that. Minor, anyone under the age of 18, possession per the criminal code. Vehicle. So vehicle includes mobile equipment, motor-assisted cycle, a vehicle within the meaning of Section 1 of the Motor Vehicle Act, an off-road vehicle within the meaning of Section 1, a road-building machine, a bicycle or other device that is human-powered.
This is ideological, by the way. What is the purpose of them trying to ban paintball guns or airsoft guns? Nothing. So it's just an ideological, like, gay faggot aversion to anything that even resembles a gun. These same people would ban first-person shooters if they could. They'd ban guns in movies, video games, any media if they could. They just hate guns because they're gay faggots and they think guns are scary.
A device that is used exclusively on stationary rails or tracks, so trains, and any other thing that is a prescribed device that a person or thing is or may be transported on. Okay, so, and they have some other definitions that they import, just non-restricted, prohibited ammunition, etc. Okay, so, first thing is, a person must not use, transport, carry, or store a firearm in a manner that poses a risk to the life or safety of an individual or poses a risk of damage to property. This is already from the criminal code, but now there's a secondary thing. Now, the fact that they're doubling up here can actually be a benefit to gun owners for the reason that it gives prosecutors and defense lawyers and everybody a little bit more negotiation space. And so what I mean by that is if you've got somebody who's charged with using a firearm, carelessly or improperly, they could possibly plead out to the provincial offense, which will be less serious than pleading out to the criminal offense. So that gives some options. Just keep that in mind. It does create the possibility that you could be convicted of both and have a higher sentence, but usually this is going to be more helpful to firearm owners. Just, being clear on that. It's kind of a weird circumstance there. So prohibition and requirement respecting firearm or imitation firearm in vehicle or boat. So they say you must not transport, carry, or store a loaded firearm in or on a vehicle or boat. Again, the criminal code doesn't really allow you to transport or store loaded firearms in a vehicle or boat, but the carry thing, there is an exception, because you might be saying, wait a minute, there are circumstances where you can lawfully carry. So yeah. A person who is transporting, carrying, or storing a low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm in or on a vehicle or boat must transport, carry, or store the low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm in accordance with the regulations. Now, the regulations don't actually specify what that is right now. But low-velocity firearms, of course, being airsoft or paintball, but we don't know what the regulations are right now. So, for certainty, for the purposes of subsection 1, a firearm is loaded even if the firearm is temporarily incapable of being discharged. I know this is going to catch somebody, because there's going to be somebody who's got an airsoft gun that, where, for instance, it's an electric airsoft gun, and they go, well, I've disconnected the battery. And when the battery's disconnected, there is no way for this to fire. Or, it's not connected to, a pressure tank or whatever else. And they're going to say, that doesn't matter. So there's going to be people who are transporting these things in a fashion that is completely safe, but where they will still get dinged on it because they didn't realize that requirement. So be aware of that. And then they have some stuff for definitions of how a muzzle-loaded firearm is loaded, so we can skip that. Prohibition against discharging firearm from vehicle or boat. Must not discharge a firearm in, on, or from a vehicle or boat. And then they have a really interesting exception here. For certainty, this section must be construed in accordance with Section 35 of the Constitution Act, which is Indigenous rights, and specifically they'd be talking about Indigenous hunting rights. So some folks will still be able to shoot from vehicles.
Oh my god, don't get me started on the fucking Indigenous rights thing. Yeah, if you're from a certain tribe, oh yeah, I guess you can smoke peyote and shoot a shotgun out of your fucking car. Like, give me a fucking break.
Vehicles or boats, but I cannot give you advice as to whether that applies to you or not, because Aboriginal law is an entire complicated mess and depends on different groups and history and so forth. But just be aware of that. It won't be the case that if you see somebody shooting from a vehicle that you can necessarily determine that. This will probably also end up affecting some like competition shooters and so forth. I have participated in competitions where there's been like, a slow moving vehicle that you fire from or that sort of thing. Similarly, if you're firing from a vehicle that's being used like as a prop where it's parked, you'd still be potentially in trouble there. So vehicle does not include any of the following. So in this case, it doesn't include stationary rails or tracks, so rail lines, or anything that is prescribed not to be included. So we don't have any of those prescriptions yet, but they may later define things as not being affected. Okay, that's their call, and that's for a future time here. All right, so carrying on. A person must not operate a vehicle if any of the following is in or on the vehicle. A non-restricted firearm, prohibited firearm, or restricted firearm. B, prohibited ammunition. C, prohibited device. And if any firearm, ammunition, or device referred to in subsection 2 is in or on a vehicle, then you contravene the section whether or not the vehicle is in motion. Now you just probably went, wait a minute, how do I drive to the range or to go hunting? Because it says you can't operate a vehicle if a firearm is in the vehicle. Well, there's an exception. Yeah. So a person does not contravene section 6 sub 2 if in respect to the list of things, the person or another occupant of the vehicle is authorized under the Federal Act, i.e. the Firearms Act, to possess a firearm, ammunition, or device. In the case of a prohibited firearm or restricted firearm that is in or on the vehicle, the person or another occupant is authorized under the Federal Act to transport it, and if applicable, carry the firearm, and the firearm, ammunition, or device is being transported, carried, or stored in a manner that complies with requirements under the Federal Act. So you're okay if you've got a license and if it's a restricted or prohibited firearm, an ATT. However, note that this section, section 6, is actually a very significant section, because if you violate this section, you not just trigger like penalties, but you also trigger seizure of your vehicle, which will end up being incredibly expensive. So put a pin in this one in your thinking, because this one we'll come back to. It's potentially very risky. It turns a potential storage issue, like, you forgot to put a trigger lock on, even if there's no safety issue, into a potential thing where you could end up paying tens of thousands of dollars or just losing the vehicle. It's this one is going to end up kicking some gun owners in the teeth. I just know it will. So prohibition against causing a public disturbance with low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm. So in this section, public place means any place to which the public has access as of right or by invitation, express or implied, whether or not a fee is charged for entry, and any vehicle or boat located in a public place.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
Or an outdoor place open to public view. And so they say a person must not use, carry, or store a low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm in a manner that causes or is likely to cause a disturbance in a public place. Okay, so what this means is that if you are having an airsoft game and it scares people, they can charge you under this, and there can be pretty substantial fines. So be aware of that.
Gay. Uh-oh, kids are having fun. They should be breaking into people's cars, stealing stereos, or committing home invasions. They're having a harmless game of airsoft. Gotta put an end to that.
It means that airsoft in any sort of field or the like is now potentially very risky. So prohibition against possessing low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm is subject to a federal prohibition. Now, this is already the law. You actually, if you are subject to a firearm ban, you are not allowed to possess low-velocity firearms because they are firearms. So a person must not possess a low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm if they are prohibited under the Youth Criminal Justice Act or the Criminal Code from possessing any of the following: non-restricted firearm, crossbow, prohibited weapon, prohibited device, ammunition or prohibited ammunition, or an explosive substance. Okay, so if you're banned from having guns, you can't have airsoft guns, you can't have paintball guns. That was already the law. This might end up cutting some people a break if they're allowed to be convicted only under this, but yeah. Exemptions for designated officials and prescribed exceptions. So in this section, a designated official means a peace officer other than a mayor. I thought that was an interesting exception because peace officers include mayors, and they're like, we're not including mayors, but it does still include some things like, pilots in flight, etc. A conservation officer, a wildlife officer, park officer, employee of an armored car guard service, and a prescribed person. So all of these people are sort of designated, and a designated official who carries out an action that would otherwise contravene any of the following provisions does not.
Sleepy $22, do you agree?
Except exercise.
Reverse bench. Nothing engages. Nothing makes you feel so.
What did Soul Child donate? VG?
Some stupid anti-Semitic thing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Loaded from the end of the triceps, full heads, all the way up into the shoulder.
I saw on TikTok that that's for the upper chest.
Well, I can't help the stupid.
What's your favorite?
I mean, you do work your triceps doing reverse grip bench. Wouldn't say that's necessarily the best tricep exercise. Thanks for the donation.
Not contravene the provision if the action is lawful for the purposes of exercising their powers or duties. This makes sense, right? That includes things like the prohibition against having a loaded firearm in a vehicle, prohibition against discharging a firearm from a vehicle. We kind of expect that the police should be able to do those things if they have to, right? Like, okay, the police have to have firearms. Cool. All right. Prohibitions and requirements respecting minors and low-velocity firearms and imitation firearms. This is going to be a big change for people under 18 who are interested in airsoft or paintball. So the first thing is a person must not sell or offer to sell a low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm to a minor. This will probably also, as I said, affect some toys that are currently legal to sell but would be restricted. So you can't sell them to minors. You can't sell...
Well, there you go. You're breaking the law by buying your kids a airsoft gun or fucking Nerf gun.
them ammunition for a low velocity firearm. So you can't sell them, pellets, airsoft pellets. And airsoft pellets are, they're just little innocuous spheres, right? They're not anything, they don't have any propellant or anything like that. A person must not rent or offer to rent or to supply or offer to supply for consideration.
An imitation firearm. So you know what that would mean?
Back shell ejecting Nerf AEB based on the Beretta 1301. Before I do anything else, let me show you how cool this thing is.
Yeah. They want to ban Nerf guns. This would literally ban Nerf guns. Like, again, this has nothing to do with protecting anybody, or reducing crime. This is dumb fuck liberal communist, gay faggot retard, oh no, guns are scary, weapons are bad, being like any masculine fucking hobbies that like boys are interested in, like fucking guns and cars and beating people up and karate and shit.
oh, it's toxic. No more toxic masculinity. That's what this shit is. Like it's insane what they're fucking proposing. This is illegal now. At least in Alberta. And by the way, Alberta is run by fucking communists. Like, it's a fucking liberal commie shithole. I'd never fucking move to Alberta. British Columbia. Alberta's based. British Columbia. I don't know why I mixed the two up. Yeah, British Columbia is a fucking communist fucking lib shithole. And, you know what's fucking hilarious about British Columbia, by the way? There you go. There's British Columbia. There's the commie fucking liberal fucking brain rot horseshit that you get with fucking liberal policies. Soft on crime, give everybody drugs, don't lock up any of the fucking addicts for public intoxication. No, drugs are okay. Let them live out on the fucking street. Don't lock up any criminals. Just let them right back out if they committed a crime. This is what you get with this liberal commie fucking bullshit. There's British Columbia for you. And what do they fucking want to do? What's their top priority? Banning fucking Nerf guns. This is a bigger fucking priority for them than dealing with this fucking shit. Like, you're an idiot if you vote fucking liberal at this point.
Apparently a tweet of a rapist being arrested is anti-Semitic just because they happen to be Jewish.
Yeah, cool story.
Consideration any of the following to a minor: low velocity firearm, imitation firearm, or ammunition for a low velocity firearm. So you can't even rent it to them, with some exceptions. So exception under section 12 is if they produce credible false identification or a false federal license. Now, this is weird because the way it's written, normally you just leave this as it being a defense that you thought they produced, but here they're putting it as an exception. This is weird drafting. It's unusual. But if they produce a fake ID and you believe that the ID is authentic and that the person's an adult, then you get a pass. Also, it doesn't contravene the section if the minor produces a firearms license. So let's talk about this. Because what this is actually a really interesting encouragement is it's an encouragement for young people who are interested in airsoft to get a minor's firearms license. You will actually see young people going to get their minor license in order to be able to participate in airsoft or paintball. So if the goal was to get more people to take the firearms course, good job, I guess. If the goal was like more people getting a firearms license, I don't think that was the goal. It's a weird side consequence, but okay. Exemption for certain sporting or recreational facilities. Okay, so this is, they say you can't rent firearms, these low velocity firearms to minors. Cool. But you can sell them pellets if the minor is going to be using them in the premises of the facility. So if you run a paintball facility or an airsoft facility, you can rent minors a gun while they're there, like a paintball gun or an airsoft gun. Okay, so that is allowed. They've created that exception. But you couldn't, for instance, rent it to them for an event that is happening in a field somewhere, even if you own the field, etc. Prohibition against minor transporting, carrying, or storing low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm. So a minor must not transport, carry, or store a loaded low-velocity firearm. That's going to get a lot of people because a lot of the time the way these things are unloaded is you remove the magazine, and sometimes it can be hard to get that last pellet out of the firing chamber because some designs aren't really built for clearing in that fashion because if it's not connected to a battery or to gas, then it's not meaningful. But so this will end up tripping up some people. It could be a problem. If they are transporting, carrying, or storing a low-velocity firearm, they must transport, carry, or store the low-velocity firearm inside an opaque container that is locked. So now they have to have opaque, locked containers for moving airsoft guns. Okay, but that's just minors. And if they are transporting it inside or in or on a vehicle or boat, that section applies instead. And a low-velocity firearm is loaded even if it's temporarily incapable of being discharged, i.e. even if the battery or gas is disconnected. So, all right. Prohibition against minor discharging or possessing low-velocity firearm or imitation firearm in a prohibited area. So you can't have the things and you can't discharge them in these areas unless you are just possessing it for transport, carry, or storing in like the opaque locked container. So theoretically, you could move, for instance, an airsoft gun through a school if it's locked in an opaque container. Okay. So what are the designated properties? Well, they have childcare property, court property, hospital property, post-secondary property, public worship property, school property, or anything they designate by regulation. And again, there's an exception for peace officers, but we will skip over the definitions because they're fairly straightforward. And if you're not sure whether something is public worship property or whatever, you should look it up, but we're not going to cover it. Now, we're going to get to a part that really affects gun owners. And this is actually also going to affect the public because they're going to create a substantial disincentive for using actual shooting ranges, which will push a lot of gun owners from shooting at shooting ranges into shooting in like crown land, in forests and so forth. So this I don't like. I think this is a bad move. So duties respecting shooting range records. An operator of a shooting range must keep records that contain the information required under this section about each shooting range user. So if the range user is a member of the shooting club, the records must contain the following information: the name of the shooting club, the membership number, the dates on which the range is used or has been used by the shooting range user. So they have to track every time you use the range, and any other prescribed information that they later decide they want them to keep. If the range user is not a member of a shooting club, they have to keep the following information. So name, address, and phone number of the shooting range user, if they're authorized to possess firearms under a federal...
Again, this is so that they can politically target people. That's all that's for. What is this going to do? Why do they need the data of somebody who has ever used a shooting range? They don't. They just need that information so that they can politically persecute you later.
License, i.e. if you've got a PAL or an RPAL, the license number of that. If they're not authorized to possess federal firearms under the federal license, the date of birth of the shooting range user, the dates on which the shooting range is used or has been used by the shooting range user, and any prescribed information. And they must contain information if the shooting range user is a prescribed individual. That's going to be weird because that's like under regulation, but which individuals would they be prescribing? And if they use the range for a prescribed purpose. Okay. Don't know what that's going to be for, but they haven't decided that either. Shooting range user must provide to an operator of a shooting range the information required to be kept in shooting range records as that information relates to the range user. So you have to give this information if you want to use the range. Premises, where, and period for which shooting range records must be kept. So they have to be kept either at the shooting range or any other premises that the minister may specify. And they have to be kept for the prescribed period, which we don't know what it is yet because they haven't prescribed it. All right. Prohibition against providing false or misleading information. So you can't lie here or else it's an offense and they can punish you pretty severely. Duty to require identification. If an operator or another person is on duty at a shooting range, the person must, before a shooting range user uses a firearm or imitation firearm at the shooting range, require the range user to produce the following. So 2 pieces of prescribed identification, and if they're a minor, 1 piece of prescribed identification, and they can, again, establish exemptions. So what this is going to do is it's also going to create an incentive for ranges not to have an operator or another person on duty and just have it as like open ranges that you come into and you sign in and sign out. But this actually creates a substantial disincentive against somebody like actually being at the range to monitor it. I don't think that's the goal, but it's the effect. Duty to require federal license from the shooting range user. So you have to turn over or show them your PAL or RPAL if you've got one. So, and that's if you use or propose to use a firearm that is a non-restricted firearm, prohibited firearm, or restricted firearm. Now, the thing is that, you can actually shoot at ranges without... and in fact, not just at ranges, without actually having a firearms license. So I find this to be interesting. There are, so long as you're under direct and immediate supervision by somebody who does have one. So, yeah. They note prohibition against using the shooting range if identification or federal license not produced. A shooting range user must not use a firearm or imitation firearm at a shooting range if they fail to produce the ID. But they also say a shooting range user who fails to produce a federal license to the person on duty at a shooting range, as required under Section 31 Sub 2, must not use a must not use a non-restricted firearm, prohibited firearm, or restricted firearm at the shooting range. This actually seems like it's going to shut down rental ranges in a...
Again, what is the point of this? It's just like, it's ideological nonsense to just stop people from shooting. That's it. They just don't want people using guns under any circumstances for any reason.
A huge way, because there's lots of ranges out there where you can go in and you can shoot and they'll have somebody supervising you, which is legal under the criminal code. But they'll say, that says, no, that's not allowed anymore. You need you need a firearms license. There's a lot of ranges that could be put out of business because of this. And ironically, it's all the ranges that, have people there to supervise, because I don't think they thought this one through. Power of person on duty to prohibit entry of shooting range user. So they're like, you can tell people to leave the range if they fail to produce things. That was already a power. Like that already was a power. So part 5, we're going to skim over real fast, but it is the section on motor vehicle impoundment. Motor vehicle impoundment means they're going to take your car. So If they find that you are, or a peace officer may cause a motor vehicle to be impounded and taken to a specified location, if the peace officer reasonably believes that the person is operating or has operated the motor vehicle in contravention of either section 320.17 of the criminal code.
And again, there's no reason for them to do this. It's just to politically persecute you.
Which is, firearm in vehicle when it's not supposed to be, and prohibition against operating vehicle if certain firearms, ammunition, or devices in vehicle. So, if you are driving along and you have a firearm and you have transported it improperly by accident, or for instance, you go to the range and you are driving back, you get pulled over, and it turns out your license is expired. Well, not only are they going to charge you under this, but they're also going to take your car. And that adds up really, really, really fast. So order of justice, so they can also go to a justice to ask them to impound your car if they believe that it has been operated in contravention of these things. And they must be present. They have to arrange transport, so they can't just leave you by the side of the road in some dangerous spot. So if impoundment would jeopardize your safety or leave you stranded. Now, the impoundment is at your expense, and you have to pay for it. And these expenses are really high. They're hundreds of dollars a day. And so if they say that this impoundment is for like 30 days, well, a lot of people end up finding that the impoundment costs exceed the value of their vehicle. But the impoundment costs constitute a lien. So as soon as those charges start racking up, they get to register a lien against your vehicle. And if you then try to sell the vehicle, they will get the money first. And similarly, they can try to, there's processes by which they can just keep your car. So period for which it must be impounded. So they're going to specify that. Request an order for release. You don't get the vehicle back.
So again, British Columbia has horrible laws that promote crime, promote drug addicts. They have horrible issues with drug addicts attacking people, stealing from businesses, breaking into businesses. And this is what they do. So again, communist, retarded, nonsensical brain rot. None of these people give two fucking shits about stopping crime. They just hate conservatives. They hate people who don't think like them. They hate anything that's remotely masculine. They hate freedom, and that's what they're going after. They literally just want to destroy society. That's all there is to it. Sleepy donate $2.
Want to work a few hours a day from your home? This is basically what I'm looking for people to do. Any relevant health or nutrition related TikTok, especially with meat or food, Costco, Whole Foods, grocery hauls. I'm looking for people to leave comments, specifically this comment. You just copy and paste it and you tag my business, Frankie's Free Range Meat. Now, there's a few things to keep in mind. One is if you post the same comment, they restrict it. So you have to add like a heart or a different emoji at the end. And every time they restrict the comment, which is every 5 to 10 posts, you just change the emoji real quick, recopy and paste it. And then if your account gets flagged for too many posts, which might happen, you just need like 1 or 2 other accounts to switch between to keep posting. But you can really post like hundreds of comments an hour pretty easily, and you're still having fun browsing through TikTok.
Yeah, good luck with that. What a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, dude. Why are these in separate areas? Oh, there we go. Iron sights. Sleepy, don't need tellers. Do you think bodybuilders look better with a shaved chest? Men have chest hair. Thanks for the donation, dude. I'm just gonna go take a piss. No, I haven't done the sit-ups yet. Ugh. I'm gonna go take a piss. And then I'll put on my Leon attire. And I'll play some Resident Evil. Just give me a minute. What do the liberals get out of destroying society? Again, it's ideological. They probably don't even realize that they're doing it. It's, they're basically useful idiots. They think they're committing some sort of moral good. But it's designed to destroy society. But they're just so brainwashed and stupid, they don't even realize it. It's all part of a communist psyop that started in the early 20th century. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. Eh. All right. Alright, there we go. The mod works.
Ah, Jesus.
My hair is never gonna look like Leon's. No matter how long I grow it out.
Oh, God. What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from me!
Are you alright?
Get away!
No, no. Hold on. No. No. I'm sorry. What is happening here?
That's a little too wide. Oh my god. That's better. Oh. Alright, well, this is substantially more difficult on this difficulty. You know what that means? I don't really care about the gray section, so... the friendly merchant. It's a nice gun there. Oh, that's hilarious. They added the photo of Leon and Ashley and the merchant. That's cute. I don't know if the, I think it's aiming low. Yeah, it's aiming. Fuck. Can he follow you out of the door?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is aiming low. Oh, ink ribbon. Oh. I like the purple primers. It's pretty cool.
this is mine.
Oh, you know what? There is a mod we forgot to install. It was the realistic fire mod thing. Shit. Um... Weird. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the save room. And then, install the mod. Or did we?
I hate this
forget?
place. What if I can't get out?
Now I can't remember. There we go, realistic rate of fire. Yeah, this game's great. Much preferred. Okay, now that seems to be shooting straight. He just moved. He just moved. Fuck. Moon, sun, star, moon. Why isn't it letting me exit out? Wait, I can open one of the doors on the top, can't I? From here.
Perfect fit. Yes, I need 2 more. Weird. How do people normally get in here?
This is why you don't go with 32 ACP. Or 38 special. I think she uses 38 special. fuck's sakes. Oh my god. Nah, I never gambled before. There we go. Was it the wrong one? Fuck it. What's the trainer have? Never mind then. Damn it. Let me just look up the thing just so I know I'm not wasting my time. RE9 roulette table coin. $7.15 or 29. Yay. First try. Does that not work for, Yeah, does that not work for, the hard playthrough? The insanity mode? Why does it have to take so long? Okay. Fuck it.
Oh, sorry about this.
Her standard gun is just absolutely horrendous. Let me see. Safe codes. Alright, we got the antique coins. Why? Why is it aiming like that? The fuck? It's not working anymore. Yeah, why did that just stop working? What the fuck? Wonderful. Fucking hell. I have no idea why that stopped working. That's super fucking annoying. No, nothing to do with that. Shit. An asshole. That's annoying the hell out of me.
Well, at least it's easier to walk around now.
Star, sun. Oh yeah, we gotta get the.
Yeah.
That is correct. This is not Fire West. That is intentional. Never playing that shitty game.
Oh, Miss Ashcroft, come in. I won't harm you. I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Son of a bitch.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be.
That's weird.
Set
She has
free.
the shitty gun that we didn't bother picking up in the cutscene.
Why me?
Because my master made you who you are. Phase 2's about to begin. Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Grace! Wait!
I'm not trying Far West.
Grace! Grace!
There's no escaping your destiny.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Star, sun. Moon, sun. Oh yeah, that. Oh. I don't know why that just randomly stopped working. Super fucking weird. Oh my god, fucking stupid. Why do I have 11 coins? Fuck it. Oh, I can't even throw that away. It's a lot of antique coins. Oh my god. Up, down, up, up, down. I don't really play basketball, so I'll just say sure you'd win.
What was that?
Oh.
Of course it gets up.
You literally could have just undid the wrist strap and gotten that. That puzzle doesn't really make much sense.
This might be useful.
Thoughts on cold showers? They make you cold. Fucking hate this stupid puzzle. Dodo, any tellers? How do you respond to this, VG?
Gangs?
Who do you blame?
English culture. Infecting Muslims.
But that's...
Free sex, alcohol, 100%.
So that's why it's only Pakistani men, right? Not just English people.
Okay, but again, these people quoted verses from the Quran.
No, they didn't.
But then that's a problem for the Islamic community.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, if it was English culture doing that, then British people would be doing that already, but they're not. There we go.
Beautiful comment in chat, ice cream scientist. Everyone should read it.
Oh, have I not been to the thing yet?
This must be it. I can't tell which button's which. Braille. These girls, they look just like... You're the one that locked her up. I'm gonna borrow this. I bet she can read that.
Oh, refreshing.
I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
What do you want me to read?
There's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then,
What do I think of this game? It's one of the best games ever made. You should definitely play it.
Star, moon, sun. I have to keep it together.
Oh, this is the wrong one.
We're close now.
Oh, God. What? Oh, God.
Here it is. You think you can read it?
I can try.
It's like a giant puzzle box.
Last of Us
Stay
2
here.
is one of the best games ever made.
You
If you
handle
disagree,
this.
you're just stupid.
I'll, handle that.
Fuck me, okay, I get it. Jeez.
Grace? I did it!
Come here.
I found this.
Wow. Well done, Emily. Thank you.
I just prefer the gray sections in first person.
I thought that thing was dead. This is all my fault.
This game looks fun.
I can't just leave her.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
Silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? We'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? The answers to your disease here.
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure. You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you go to ask for it?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I had a talk with Victor. He is batshit crazy. Gotta make my way to his office. I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her. I don't know. But I intend to find out.
Welcome.
That's great. They had him talking this too. That's awesome.
Felt that one, huh?
But I'm not on the menu.
Welcome. Welcome.
Where do you save as Leon? Can you save here?
You know, happy people live longer.
Fuck. Hey. Nice, I didn't find that one the other playthrough. Oh yeah, this.
Fucking shame.
Is there a natural way to increase testosterone a mild/moderate amount, especially for a girl? Without taking testosterone or steroids, because I don't want to become trans.
Outside of just losing weight, eating healthy, exercising, getting enough sleep, like, no. Just being healthy in general, beyond that, you can't really do anything. And, women do, take testosterone, just in much lower doses. My mom's on testosterone.
Every single time.
Shit, no, damn it. Give me a fucking break. I totally... That should have carried.
Are you going to try to convince Pat to take testosterone? I'm sure she will like you trying to convince her to look and sound like a male so she can eventually identify as non-binary and abuse and divorce you since you like that.
No. Not unless I think it would be beneficial.
That's my cardio for the week.
Thanks for that donation, Jack. Wait, we're trying to open something, right? Yeah, this.
Can we cuddle up?
No.
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me.
Thank you, Pat. I would say I look pretty goddamn good in this shirt.
Sherry, you're killing me.
And I do got a black version. Just
I
got
found
that
some
in.
information about our illness. Our
Just wearing the
symptoms
blue because
confirm
Leon
a
wears the
T
blue.
virus
We're playing RE.
Oh, fuck.
Do you think Pat would let you get a second girlfriend?
At least we're in it together, right?
Well... I know for sure she wouldn't like it. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Help us. Grace, what's she got to do with this?
I always find it cringe when someone plays the same game 10 times in a row within a month when they're not speedrunning it. I see you as a degenerate.
Yeah, you say that. but you're the one who keeps watching. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming.
POV. Yeah, we'll put on God mode, ignore hits, because cannot be fucked with a stupid monster. Just want to get to the Leon sections.
Why is this under the hospital?
There is actually a mod to play through the whole game as Leon. Apparently it only works well if you start it on a new playthrough. Yeah, my white and gray Leon shirts are coming tomorrow.
Emily. Oh, thank goodness. Emily!
The feet in this game look creepy because they, like, actually look real. Like they're real feet.
It collects things. You can do this.
No, I don't want a second girlfriend. Pat is all the girlfriend I need, and more. I love Pat. I'm gonna pet Pat.
That's two.
Four wives like a Muslim. I'd rather not. I really love the purple primers on the revolver, it's pretty sick. I wish purple primers were normal. Purple's my favorite color. We're playing as boring ass Grace for right now. I can speed through the section though pretty quick. We'll get to your imaginary boyfriend. But oh my god. Get out of my fucking way, bitch. Nah, purple isn't a girly color. Maybe it's when it's like light purple, but dark purple's cool. Fuck out of here, bitch. Wait, where's the power for this? Fuck. Is there a no clipping sheet? Oh my god. Oh right, you can I forgot. You undo the thing and then put things in. What is this stupid bitch doing?
The smell.
Oh, I see. but so we have to leave that in.
Sneak on, Grace.
Yeah, I'm gonna visit Pat.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Processing is almost complete. Processing. Complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Now to free Emily and get out of this place.
Cat is not tall. She is like 5.5 feet tall. Oh yeah. My last weigh-in, I was 234.
Honestly, how do you not want to rip your hair out by retards who say we have to eat plants and meat to be healthy? This one guy said that meat has certain nutrients you can't get with plants and said I'm stupid if I think otherwise. I wanna punch him so bad.
I just don't waste any effort on dumbasses. So, you know, let them be fucking stupid. But thanks for the donation, dude.
I got in my mouth.
I don't know if that matters or doesn't. Oh, right. I don't know what should I do.
Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on.
Lighting in this game is so weird.
It's just weighing you down. Grace? Are you hurt? I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily. What's going Hurry! No! Let's play. Grace?
Leftists are doing leftist things by defending an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that happened in London.
Of course they are. Guy clearly incapacitated on the ground, having rightfully and thankfully being tased, yet the police officers repeatedly kicking him in the head. Is this that old video at the airport? Oh no, it's a new one. He had a knife in his hand. Yeah, he probably already stabbed somebody, and they're fucking freaked out. And they didn't want to get slashed open. Yeah, he did. He stabbed and killed somebody. Oh my god, people are so fucking stupid, dude. That's crazy. Don't kick the guy who just murdered somebody with a knife who's an anti-Semite and a Muslim jihadist. What are you doing? That's mean. Like, yeah, he just gutted somebody, and the police saw it, and he still had the fucking knife after they tased him, so they kept kicking him in the head so he dropped the fucking knife. They didn't want to get killed either.
Grace?
He stabbed two people, he killed nobody. Okay, well, good. Still deserves to get kicked in the head. Fuck that guy.
How about you? You okay?
Thanks for that donation, depressed and repressed. People are so fucking stupid.
Here, I kept this
Insanely stupid.
Thank you.
We got the cube. And,
Hey, Emily.
I think we're going to the thing.
Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
Okay.
Great. That's good. Finally. We made it. We did it. Emily? Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... we need to keep moving, okay? Oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
AI made Joey a headshot. I think it captures his essence.
Wow, it does. Really shows his sentience right there. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around.
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back. Mm-hmm. Please, just let it be. In here. What?
Yes, Sino, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff has been initiated. All staff The self-destruct protocol has been all staff please evacuate. All personnel dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
Please work. Shit. Okay. Oh, shit, shit, shit.
Yeah, Pat does a little bit of weight training.
Why does this shit keep happening? I made it. No, I'm out.
get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Grace? Grace, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay, I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off! Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Help us. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Here we go.
Hello, gorgeous.
Come on, Emily. Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble.
There we go.
Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to...
Welcome.
this somehow.
Is she okay?
No. I've got it covered.
my god.
Must be time for leaving service.
What the fuck? That's new.
All right. Excuse me.
Fuck. Dickhead. Oh my god. Oh my god, again. Okay, that's it.
Stay with me.
Grace,
Leon!
who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go! Now! I'll keep our friends busy. Catch. Imitate others.
Ah, fuck, come on. I don't think I have any healing rings. Give me a fucking break, dude. That should have parried. It didn't parry. I don't know if they're... What are you supposed to fucking do?
I'll get you out, Emily. There's got to be a way to get to the surface.
Wish RE4 remake looked this good.
I'm sorry.
They
I
should
know it
remake
hurts.
RE4 remake.
I'm so sorry. Dead end. Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here, rest here. Here you go. I need to keep you safe. Okay.
Okay. I am going to go to bed now. But hope you all had fun. Should be able to do earlier evening stream tomorrow because I'm not training. So I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had fun, and nighty-night. Sweet dreams.